Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, there's, like, I do not see a single pro-life person here anymore. I maybe see one. I actually literally see one. So, but yeah, there's a lot more police coming in right now, if you guys can see this. So can you see them? Can you see the cops? Can you pan over there? Okay, no problem. So I'm going to just, yep. I'm going to do a quick scene.
When you get back to school, mobilize your campus. You are important. You are the voice of the future. And if we can use our education for anything, it is to secure the rights of every person who needs access to reproductive
injustice, economic injustice, social injustice that prevented them from either accessing abortion, contraception, and prevented them from being able to allow to parent their fucking children, and were forced to give up their children because of that. We will not go back. We will continue to fight for reproductive justice. So thank you. Hi guys, my name is Shreya. I'm a college student from UC Davis. I want to say I'm very grateful to be out here with all of you from California, where we do this very looking at this goddamn building that has equal justice and under law engraved on the front of it. None of this is about justice. It's not about the law. It's about control. This decision was not about democracy. It was about putting us under control. They've got snipers on the roof because we're a threat to them. Our fight, our voice, we threaten them. So we have to keep on fighting. We have to stand here and fight. I know it's hot. Everyone's tired. But I'm so proud to be standing out here with all of you because this is how we make change. Hello, everyone. My name is Mona Dobbs. I'm a senator from Washington State. I was not speaking in the right mic. Mona Dobbs. I'm a senator from Washington State. I am here to show the face of abortion. If you want to know the face of abortion, you're looking at it. I'm a woman. I'm a woman of color. I'm a state senator. I'm a legislator. I make laws. Washington State is progressive. We are here to protect the rights of women. Women like me. I was 22 years old with a horrible man. 3 times cheated on me, got pregnant, made that decision. Don't regret it any in my life. I have never regretted my abortion, ever. And I want you to know, I did the math today. I would currently have a 27-year-old kid. I am 50 years old. I would never be a senator. I would never be passing the laws I passed. I would never be. The laws I pass protect people. They protect women of color. They protect legislation to better the environment. They protect abortion rights in my state. I would never be able to do any of those things if I had a 27-year-old child with a man who was terrible to me. I made the choice. This is the first time I'm sharing this publicly. Sorry to my family who's learning about it now. I don't care. This is important, like she said. We're standing. It says equal justice under law. That's fucking bullshit. I call bullshit on that. Join me in the chant of bullshit. 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 I will stand every day with all of you to protect the rights for the next Mona Dobbs. This is unacceptable. We need to stand up and fight. I am honored to be here with all of you. And this is for the men. I want you to know that 100% of unwanted pregnancies are caused by men. That is an indisputable fact. I want you to know, men out there, you need to stand with us and you need to say, an abortion helped me make a different choice for my life. Because if that man that I was going to have a baby with, I'm just saying, men, please stand up. We need you to stand up. Stand with us. It's not just a fight for women. Men also benefit from abortion. Please stand up. Keep abortion safe and legal. 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 Guys, we know that this decision, I've said it a million times, I'm going to keep saying it, it affects the most black, brown, and trans women. We know that. And so all the black, brown, and trans women in the crowd, please come up here and say something. I want to introduce our new friend. She's going to say a little something.
Hi, all. I'm Andrea. I'm from Utah, one of the 13 states that implemented a trigger law years before Roe was overturned. Shame on them! And today we have a ban on abortion. And we have some exceptions, but they are so restrictive that they are impossible to prove. And as has been reiterated time and time and again, we know that this is going to disproportionately affect black and brown women, disabled women, non-binary folks, trans women, disabled women, migrant women, undocumented women are going to be targeted. And one more thing is going to be used against them to deport them. Black and brown women are going to be unjustly incarcerated, and they are going to die. Our women, black women especially, have the highest rates of maternal mortality, and this is just going to add to that. They are just going to be murdered, and at the end of the day, this movement has been riding on the backs of black and brown women because abortion, we have never had equitable access to abortion. Even with Roe, we have never had that equitable access, and that is going to continue after today. So we have to be here in these streets until this changes, because that's the only thing we can do. Damn straight! Who's street? Our street! 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 Who's street?
Laine Pehta. Laine Pehta. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, and what brought you to DC?
I'm actually here for the American Library Association conference.
And so what brought you out today?
Well, we figured this would happen while we were here. We had we made our reservations to come to the conference before the decision was leaked even, so we had no idea, but then we figured we'd be here this week when this happened, and we thought we better come over here.
And how did you feel when you saw what the opinion was?
I wasn't shocked. I knew that this court was stacked. I knew that this was. I remember a long time ago somebody said the Republican Party plays chess, and that's what they've won the chess game right now. But they're not going to win the battle.
What is it?
The battle for me is that this is a decision that affects 51% of the population that can potentially not affect the other 49% of the population. And I don't understand why we have a democracy where we claim that majority rules, and it doesn't seem to anymore. Not to mention the fact that I cannot believe that there are people in this country and in this world that think that a woman who is a victim of rape or incest should be forced to carry that child to term. That is not what this world or this country stands for, in my opinion.
And how do you feel today? And what are the emotions out here when you see this, and one, you see the crowd, but two, when you reflect on what the reality is here?
I think the powerful thing about this crowd is that we are still America, and we can still do this freely and safely. I'd like to point out that I'm leaning against these ridiculous Capitol Police barricades that some people, not me, but people during January 6th used to almost murder Capitol Police. And we are able to stand here and express our opinion and stand up for what we believe in without hurting other people. And then people are going to scream and cry about me saying, oh, well, abortion hurts people. A glob of cells that is no different when you're a dog, a chicken, a newt, or a human for the first, I don't know how many weeks of life. There's no comparison to what a woman has to go through if she has to keep that baby in her womb and take it into the world where people aren't going to feed it, aren't going to give it a good public education, aren't going to get it through college, give it a safe place to live. I just don't know. I just don't know where we're living. That's why people come to America. What are we doing? What are we doing? That's what I feel. What are we doing? But we still have the power here to stand here and not be harassed, murdered, put into prison, tortured for our opinions. That's the hope that I'm holding on to today.
Are you, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you seem to be a little angry, or...
I'm extremely angry. I'm
Saved potentially thousands of lives by appointing these justices that made the right decision and understood that human rights begin in the womb, and because that's the case, they should be protected. Human life should be protected at every single stage of human development and human life.
There's so many things we need to reform in this country, but we still have the power to do it. These are the decisions that make me concerned that we are moving towards a point where we have authoritarian rule, and we are ruled by the minority, where a few people can make a decision that 80% of the population doesn't agree with. Or with gun control, where 91% of people say that we don't need to have, that it's okay that we have things like universal background checks, and the people in these giant buildings, these arcs to democracy, hearkening back to Greek and Roman times, they don't listen to the population. We are no longer a representative democracy when things like this happen.
You seem, really civically engaged. I'm going on a little bit of tangent, but I'll get there.
Fine.
Did your mom ever talk with you about what was like pre-roll? Is this something that you think?
My mother, unfortunately, my mother was pretty much too young pre-Roe to really have understood what happened. And then she was in high school and college when the Roe decision came down. And the focus at that time, it was the end of the Vietnam War, and that was slightly more of a focus. But my mother always, my grandmother, they always told me that I had the right to choose, and that they would support me if something happened to me and I wanted to have an abortion. My grandmother lived until she was 98 years old. She went to the grave believing in these things and instilling them in myself and my cousins and my siblings. No, thank you for listening to me, and thank you for being here. And I support a free press. And this is the power of a free press, where people can, and now go talk to this person back here who totally disagrees with me, and his information will be put on the television, unlike places like Russia, where they can't even post things about what's actually happening in Ukraine. This is America. This is the thing we need to support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
My body, my choice. 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 We have another speaker, this beautiful young lady right here. If you are a person of color, especially if you're a woman of color, and you want to speak, just come to me, and we'll get you on the mic.
Hello, all you fabulous people. Thank you for being here. My name is Winter Marshall, and I'm an educator from Alaska. I'm a secondary educator. I don't know how many times in the 15 years that I have been teaching where I have had a student at some point in time come to me with something that has happened to them and looking for resources and looking for support. There has to be funding, and there has to be legal ways for everyone to be able to have safe options. There has to be safe options, and there has to be legislation that allows women to be able to go and seek resources. So if they're seeking an abortion, then they need to be able to have access to that abortion. If they're seeking counseling, there needs to be access to that counseling. No one should be able to be like, who the hell is going to help me, and where the fuck am I going to get that help, right? And we shouldn't be talking about coat hangers again, ladies. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about coat hangers again. Okay? This is wrong on every level, and it affects my boys that I have at home. It affects their wives. It affects my son's future wife or my youngest child. We have to come together. And when the people united, we're not defeated. When the people are united, we're not defeated. When the people are united, we're not defeated. 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 When the women are united, we're not defeated. When the students are united, we're not defeated. When the males are united, we can't be defeated. When the people are united, we're not defeated. When the people are united, we're not defeated. Hands off, motherfuckers.
Hey, I'm from Rise Up for Abortion Rights. I come here from Detroit. And I come here from a different generation than most of you. And what I want to say here is people will unite and will never be defeated if we're united around the right fucking thing, the thing that needs to be done. And the thing that needs to be done, it is important that people do things so women who are currently pregnant and facing these choices have options. But we are not going to be able to solve that problem for all the millions of women unless we get out in the streets and we say this Supreme Court is illegitimate. Fuck and this Democratic Congress is illegitimate if they cannot make a law that says abortion legal for everybody. How hard is it? So, as far as I'm concerned, we're not going, and our main task can't be to get dollars here and there to transport people to Michigan where I live, while meanwhile they're trying to take away the right to abortion. But our thing has got to be to get on the streets and stay out in the streets and make that point over and over and over again. The Supreme Court is illegitimate. The system that gives rise to the oppression of women is illegitimate. The system that brings all that shit down even harder on black women and other women of color is illegitimate. And I'm going to tell you, I remember what it was like to not have the right to abortion. I had cousins. You know, all of a sudden, they disappear. You know, they're in some other state going to school for a year. Why? Because it's shameful. Because you don't talk about sex. You don't, all these things are shameful, you hide it. And this is what these people are talking about when they're talking about doing vaginal searches and all this other bullshit, proving, making people drop their pants to prove they do or don't have a dick. All this shit is fucked up and we can't put up with it. And it's starting right here by saying women, as of today, it is federal policy, it is federal law that women are not full human beings in this country. And if we are not going to wait for somebody to vote on that, that is bullshit. A system that says that that's up for vote is bullshit, and it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. So we got to get out in the streets. We got to stay out in the streets from now, tonight, tomorrow, here in D.C. because it's the capital, and around the country where we live. And we have to create the kind of upheaval like what we did when George Floyd was murdered. That says, you are not going to do this, you are not going to stay with this, because we will shut down this system, and we will not stop until we do. Rise up for abortion rights!
Rise up for abortion rights!
For abortion rights, rise up!
For abortion rights, rise up!
Rise up for abortion rights! For abortion rights, rise up!
abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up! Rise up, everyone!
My name is Aurora, and I come all the way from Alaska, USA. I'm here for a completely different thing. But I just want to say that overturning this is not going to be the beginning or the end. They will take away everything from us. I am going to marry my girlfriend, and you will not take that the fuck away from me. This is bullshit! Do you expect me to feel safe? Do you expect me to want to live in this fucking country? You can't even give me my own damn rights! Fuck you! I belong to be here, and I belong to be seen. I deserve to be heard, and I deserve to have an abortion if I fucking need one! You will not take this away from us. We will stand. I don't care who you are, where you're from, what language you speak. I don't give a fuck. You deserve to have your rights. You deserve to love who you love, and you deserve to not have to marry a fucking parasite. That's right, Aurora. That's right, baby. I don't want to have to be here, and this is the saddest day of my fucking life. Why do I have to be here to tell you the fucking common sense that you need? Make this right. I am too young to have to be here. Do not make me fight for the rest of my life.
On behalf of everyone with disabilities, this is Liz. Great.
Hi everyone, my name is Liz. I'm a person with a disability, and so often disabled people are overlooked by the government. They don't really give a shit about us. Pregnancy would kill me on the spot, given my condition. And even standing here right now, I'm in excruciating amounts of pain. So I want to voice for every single person that has a disability, invisible, visible, or otherwise, and talk about how abortion is healthcare, how necessary it is, and how so important it is for people to fight on behalf of the disabled community. Thank you. I'm Jackie, and I'm from Kansas, and I just have to say, if these people actually cared about women's rights, then why aren't they funding birth control? Why aren't they funding contraception? Why aren't they talking about sex education? Why are we talking about sex like it's something that we're fucking humans and we all do? They don't actually want to deal with the problem. They just want to deal with controlling us. And those are questions we need to ask the people we know. Why aren't we actually dealing with this like it's a real fucking problem?
Look, there's a lot of ways that people can donate. One of them is for people to bring food. So these are
Yeah, bring us lunch.
Whose streets?
Our streets!
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 to keep our doors open and continue to expand by adding staff and additional clinic sites if needed.
I just also want to say, I want to thank people like Dr. Marengo and abortion providers throughout this country for choosing the work that they have chosen to do. They are really the heroes in this story, and it's people like Dr. Marengo and many, many of her colleagues throughout this country who we need to lift up and support right now. I think we can do maybe one more question. Great.
I know that you already touched on this a little bit, but I just wanted to know what went through your mind when you heard that.
How do you not get that? He's a good director. I trust him. What happens now?
I'm not an insurance expert, but we have been having very fruitful conversations with insurers. I'll take one more.
Is there any other legislation that should be coming up, that should be moving? What else?
Yeah, we have 21 points in our Beyond Roe agenda. There are quite a few things that we'd like to see. One of them is an investment of state dollars in research. We need the data to understand what the new abortion landscape is going to look like in this post-Roe world. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And I love
Not great, honestly, but I sent her pictures. I'm like getting pink, like, woo!
Thank you.
instead of always having to
They've been walking, back and forth all day. Okay. Got it. Got it. Yep. Well, right now, the scene is much bigger than it was earlier. This group has grown by the hundreds, Allison. And right now, these are mostly, if not entirely, people who are out here protesting the Supreme Court's decision. Let me give you a live look. And it includes Capitol Police officers. You can see Capitol Police officers lining the fence here because they know this could turn into a law enforcement issue. For now, though, it is calm. For now, no confrontations. We have not seen any arrests. We have not seen any reason for Capitol Police to intervene since this opinion came down. Again, this group has grown by the hundreds. And again, this is now entirely focused on people who are protesting the Supreme Court decision. I spoke with 2 women in the crowd. Here's what they told me earlier today. Yeah. Start on the crowd and come back. This crowd is expected to grow throughout the evening. There is another protest planned for closer to Capitol Hill. this is a concern for law enforcement. Again, it's peaceful now, but there are concerns, and here's why. There's concerns about opposing groups clashing, so they're prepared for that. There's concerns about people using this as an opportunity to commit acts of violence. A big fear is that a lone wolf-style attack could zero in on the group here and see an opportunity to commit a mass casualty event, so they're prepared for that. Law enforcement in the area, ramping up staffing, and neighboring agencies have flooded into Washington to help Capitol Police. Back to you.
I'm with ABC7 DC, just getting interviews with people that are down here. Can we ask you a few quick questions?
No, I'm just a neighbor. I'm just coming here to show up.
All right, no worries.
To find their courage, to find their feelings, and to take their secular freedom to demand that the federal government fund protection of abortion across the country. We can do it. I got a sign on the wall. And they are telling us that we can fucking do it. Then let's go and let's fucking
Excuse me, I'm with ABC7 News. We're doing a story down here. I'm just getting feedback from people in the crowd. Do you mind if I ask you a few quick questions?
I actually have to find my parents. I'm so sorry.
Gotcha.
They're like on that side.
No worries.
I wish I could. I'm so sorry.
Feel free to swing back this way if
Okay,
you want.
yeah, sure.
The only way that we can take control of our country is to become and stay organized and unionized. Fuck us. We have to fight for workers' rights, for people of color rights. We have to fight for the native lives. It's all interconnected. When we, as people, get to keep the corporate America responsible, they will stop thriving for who they want to be candidates and choose our president and our fucking Supreme Court representatives. And who the fuck am I kidding? But once we take control of them, we will get real, actual elections for people who are actual, real change, not these dumbass fucking Democrats.
Yes.
Yeah. Todd Nagel's the lead. Is it? You want to talk to us? Okay. Let me get my mic out, okay? So, let me get my mic out. I got to turn it on.
My body! My body! My choice! My body! My choice! My choice! My choice! My body! My choice! My choice! My choice! Fuck you, students! Fuck you, students! Fuck you, students! Fuck you, students! Fuck you, students!
We're just getting interviews with people that are protesting. Mind if I ask you some questions? All right. This is my colleague Rich here. He'll just give ABC 7 DC. Yeah, the local ABC affiliate. I'm going to just stand this way, so I think he's got a better perspective of you. You're standing there.
We're good.
So we'll start with an easy question. Your first and last name.
My name's Katie, Katie, Luker, Lugar.
And where do you live?
Indiana.
And are you here for this specific reason?
I was here this week for a social work conference. In the middle of our keynote session, the news broke about overturn of Roe v. Wade, and so we left and we came here to protest.
And you said it was a conference.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the conference being held?
We're just right downtown, and oh gosh, just one of the hotels. Yeah, yeah, just one of the hotels, and yeah.
What part of Indiana do you live in?
The West Central side.
Okay, gotcha. I worked in South Bend before.
Oh, great. So. Yeah, I'm in Terre Haute.
Okay, gotcha. So, your initial thoughts being down here and being in this scene,
yeah.
What are you feeling? What do you think?
Well, there's definitely a lot of energy here, a lot of collective rage. I'm personally seething on the inside, just like this constant vibration of just rage, and so I feel like that's a collective feeling across the area of the Supreme Court today.
I'd have to guess Terre Haute's more red than blue. Has this issue over the last few months since the draft opinion was leaked caused schisms in your community and your own personal life?
Absolutely. So there's been a lot of conversation about people's right to reproductive justice within our community. We are more of a right-wing state and red state, so it's been very interesting trying to navigate and advocate for our rights, especially when we've been facing a lot of anti-trans legislation within our state this year. Abortion is still legal in Indiana as of right now, and it better stay that way.
No trigger law in Indiana.
Oh yeah, and we just had lots of issues, the gun rights issues, and just so much more this year. It's been a really hard year, and our legislators have not been supportive of the rights of our community, especially the most vulnerable.
Is there one component, and I realize this is a massive topic, but is there one component that makes you most upset, most concerned?
Yeah, it's the start of more to come, I believe. I feel like this is just another chip in the block of taking away our rights. So I think it's not going to stop here, and I think that's striking a lot of fear in a lot of people. And as of right now, we have very limited access to healthcare as it is, and now it's even worse. Yeah.
Well, thank you for talking with me. I appreciate
no problem.
it.
Absolutely.
Is the conference over after today, or more sessions this weekend?
We've got more tomorrow, and then we go home. But yeah, so it's been great. We had a lot of good sessions. And, we have a session later about victim advocacy for sexual assault survivors and things like that as well. It's a heavy time. So.
Are you a school social worker or student in practice?
I'm a social worker at a university. So I started a nonprofit. It's an LGBT community center. Yeah, go ahead. So I do that. That's my volunteer time before higher end. So yeah.
Sounds like it probably keeps you plenty busy.
Yeah, like 80 hours a week. Busy.
Oh my gosh.
Very tired.
I'm not envious of you with that kind of work schedule.
Yeah, but it's worth it. It definitely is.
Something like that in Indiana. What about just the Pride event that we had? We have
our first ever Pride
in Terre Haute. Is it a good turnout?
Yeah, we had 350 people at our green opening a year ago, and about 3,000 people at our first Pride Fest. So it was really awesome. So
Have you gotten some decent media coverage from the local news?
Yeah, they've been really awesome. Very supportive. Our community's been very supportive so far. We've only had a couple issues and mainly like Facebook polls and stuff like that, but otherwise it's been the mayor is supportive. You know, for abortion. I mean, rural Indiana. They had a pride show and it was amazing. There was farmers with like enough of like lots of tattoos to like we had lots of families. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. I'm just proud of her. Well, today's a day of anger. It's a good month of June. Yeah. Happy Pride Month, everybody.
Well, thanks for talking.
Yeah,
It was nice
absolutely.
meeting you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your time in D.C.
Oh, thanks.
Locally, it's the local ABC affiliate here in D.C.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a good place to be located.
Yes, so lots of the federal stories become local stories when you're a local news reporter in D.C.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing. Well, thank you so much and take care.
Yeah, likewise. Bye now. All right, I'm going to effort for one more at the very least, and then, sweetie. I'm going to talk to Sam somebody real quick, and then I'll hop on back down. So you'll love this. Good to see you, man.
And also, on HBO right now is a documentary called The Chain. That is, was a group of 12 women in the late 60s, early 70s, free row, that got women 11,000 safe illegal abortions. So I'd like to see a roadmap of what we need to do right now to launch that on HBO called The Chain. AANES.
It's probably true.
We don't need your tiny hands anywhere near our underpants. We don't need your tiny hands anywhere near our underpants. About. If it was about preventing abortion, they would be promoting
impact on our bodies. It has enormous impact on our mental health, on our families. Your entire family could change with unplanned pregnancy. Your entire life could change with an unplanned pregnancy. So this is what it's really about. It's not about preventing abortion, because if it was, through ways to prevent unwanted pregnancy, but that is not what they're trying to do right now. It makes me so fucking mad. It makes me so fucking mad because it's not based in logic. They're not actually trying to do the right thing. They're not even trying to do the control. That's why we're here right now, and that's why our children, and we say, fuck no! Say why you came out here today, and most importantly, I want to say this message has got to carry through everywhere, all across the country. Talk to your friend, the one who has been telling you, why are you doing this? Why are you standing up? I want to share this. This morning, I have been away from my hometown, which is Los Angeles, for a while. And I came here to D.C. with my for abortion rights, and my family and my friends have not seen me for a good few months. And this morning, hold on. And this morning, I got a text from my best friend, and she said, when are you coming home? And I sent her a graphic that said the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and I said, not anytime soon, but get to the fucking street, you know? This is what has gone and I know that they care, but they have to get out into the street, and they have to be fighting, right? So, those are the people that we have to be talking to. Those are the people that you have to be speaking to get the fuck up off their asses, and to join you in the street, to flood the street, and to demand that this decision does not stand. We demand federal protection for abortion across the country. Women cannot stay without this fundamental right, and we're going to flood the streets and we're going to make that shit happen. I want to take a minute on the show, because we're talking about sacrifices. People have to make sacrifices to act for not themselves, but for all of humanity. She's traveled from LA to come here for the last 6 months to fight for abortion rights. We saw this happening, but we refuse to accept it. We refuse to sit and just say, oh well, that's what they're going to decide. But instead to actually build this movement to become stronger, that this decision cannot stand. Before today, we were saying abortion on demand and without apology, because we will change the draft opinion. But now that the draft opinion has been published, we are saying this one thing that Michelle is saying, which is this decision cannot stand legal abortion across this land. But be like Michelle. Figure out how to change your life. What things do we need to do? Because it's not just her, my daughter, but it's the women in Arkansas. I just read just now that the Arkansas Plan stopped abortion. They had to call women from across of Arkansas and tell them that they could not get their abortions. They will have to travel 6 hours, maybe if they're lucky, to get abortions. So right now, women, go
Bravo rep from a very young age. He doesn't like you. It's what I was told when the first boy had a crush on me. He called me names and told me. We're just protecting you.
You are in a good spot. You're the greatest.
Sexual body parts. Calling us. But then it's a distraction. It wasn't really a real. Boys will just be boys. What I was told when I reached the age of sexual awakening and was met with unsolicited dick pics and relentless requests for return. You shouldn't have worn that, is what my school administrator told me when I was too traumatized to return to campus after my stalker filmed me underneath my skirt without consent. He blackmailed me, and I filed charges. He admitted to everything. Sorry, quick pause real quick. If anyone in the audience know American Sign Language, possibly.
No.
Okay, all right, I didn't want to cut you off.
I know you're
you shouldn't have worn that, is what my school administrator told me when I was too traumatized to return to campus after my stalker filmed me under my skirt without consent. He blackmailed me and I filed charges. He admitted to everything and was supposed to be removed from campus, but never was. I ended up having to transfer schools my senior year because I felt unsafe. You should have kept your legs closed, is what I was told when I was 17. I had gone to the house of a friend, straight-faced and sober, and although that doesn't matter, I mention it because I wish I wasn't. I remember every detail. His dog pissed on me, and I needed a new shirt. I went into his closet, he followed me in the room and locked the door behind. His entire family was home. I cannot prove it, but I do not doubt for a second that they heard my screams because they would not look at me when I came back downstairs. He raped me without protection, and I cried on the bathroom floor afterwards. I don't believe you, was the first response I got from sharing my story. I waited 6 months to tell a soul, and by the time I did, I had been in and out of hospitals and had a major mental decline. I can't blame her for not
watch it.
Greater
She said
offense
she'd
than
watch
rape.
it.
I don't know about you guys,
But
but
what
that
I'll
shit
do is,
blows my mind.
If you do like it,
I grew up in the Christian church. I went to private Christian.
Back, and we're going to be there for our supporters and patients. If you can't get an abortion in your state, we're going to help you figure out how you can get it somewhere else.
That was my next question. You know, states like Illinois are kind of like a haven in the Midwest. What's the plan for pushing more people in the direction of those locations if they need assistance and help?
Here's what we know. Banning abortion doesn't stop people from needing abortion. It only makes it more difficult and more expensive. So what happens next is that we're going to need our patients navigate this new framework of laws that's going to significantly restrict their access to abortion. So in states, you bring up, Illinois. States in Missouri, we're going to have to tell them how to get to Illinois. We're going to have to set them up with funds. We're going to be leaning a lot right now on our abortion funds, our independent clinics. We're really all in it together at this point in time. But the reality is it's just going to be a lot difficult for people. And what's the most devastating is there will be people, and we know this, there will be people who are not able to access an abortion because of today's news, because they just will not be able to find those resources.
Is there anything I haven't asked you that you feel like is important to touch on today? Take your time.
Thank you. Yeah. Today's news is devastating, but we have been planning for this moment. We don't want to let our patients think we are surprised. We are not. We have been preparing for this, and we are ready for them, and we need to make sure that they know that our doors are open to them. Just because the Supreme Court has failed them, we have not, and we will be there for them. The reality is there will be states that have access to abortion for now, and we're going to help them figure out how to get there, because we can't just sit back and we will not go back.
So much. Yeah. Appreciate you taking the time to talk with us.
Of course.
Good luck today.
Thank you, too.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Stay hydrated.
And what is this for? I'm so sorry.
Great. My boss let me know who got it and comment in live.
Amazing.
So,
where can I find this?
So we are the Associated Press. Right
Right.
now, this gets streamed into our office, and basically we're going to store it and edit it. I'm assuming, I haven't talked to Nathan about what his plan is specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming he's going to be putting it together as a video package.
Right.
And the way our platform works is like it's worldwide. So
Amazing.
you might be reached everywhere.
Cool. Love
and
it. I know. Don't worry. I was nice.
Nice to meet you.
You too. Good luck with everything today.
Follow through with Nathan. I'm sure he'll let you know too.
Perfect.
Okay.
I also probably should have asked him that before I talked to him.
I thank you for being respectful even in our disagreements. So thank you for that. It's hard for me whenever it starts showing. So I want to answer your question.
What are you here for today? If you've already got what you want, what are you here
It's
for?
not about what I want. I'm here today to pray. I'm here today
Pray for what?
I'm here today to pray for healing, for the great division that's in our country that's been here for generations at this point, but the division is very strong right now. I'm here to pray for that. I am here to pray for openness of heart. I am here to pray for protection against whatever this night of rage that people have been talking about.
The black and brown bodies, the minorities that are going to suffer because they're going to be forced to have
I've worked in inner city parishes, and we continue to support the black and brown.
Do you think that this is going to stop
You
abortion?
mean the unborn children that Planned Parenthood was starting to kill?
No.
You mean those black and brown
I'm
children?
talking about the abortions that are going to happen.
Those black and brown children? Those black and brown children that Planned Parenthood was started to eliminate?
Planned Parenthood was started by Mayor
That's how it was started.
Look at the history.
That's real.
I don't-
And no one's arguing with me on that because we all know that's real.
Planned Parenthood is not eliminating children.
Margaret Sanger, the founder of
Find the Planned Parenthoods. They're in the poor neighborhoods.
And she put her.
They're in the poor neighborhoods.
She put her clinics in the poor neighborhoods to eliminate. That's very true.
Planned Parenthood was started to eliminate less desirables, as they put
to destroy
to
black
kill
and brown
black
babies.
and brown and minorities.
Why do you guys talk about how important black and brown babies are?
Because she asked us
Would you
about
rather
it.
us talk about how important they are, or do you want to go to an organization that was started to kill them?
All right.
Do I know what to say?
It's not. You're right.
Would you rather hear from me to protect them, or from the organization that was started to kill them?
There's the U.S. Capitol on the left. Congress has their flag flying high, so Congress is in session. Is there a J6 committee meeting right now? What's going on?
I'm here today because I go to a private Catholic high school in Sacramento, and I'm 15 years old. I know that if I got pregnant, I'd either be expelled for being pregnant, or I'd have to go to school for 9 months carrying a baby in my uterus, or I'd be expelled for getting an abortion. I know that bearing a child and raising a child is expensive, raising a child is time-consuming, and raising a child is a choice that women have the right to make. It's important that we know that abortion has never been about families, always been an issue of women and women's rights and the rights of anyone in this country who has a uterus. Thank you. This opinion came under a Democratic president with a Democratic fucking Congress. Yeah, go, vote in November, do your fucking best, but let us be real. The Democrats are not gonna fucking protect us. The police are not gonna fucking protect us. It's time for us to reach out and organize within our own goddamn community. Reach out to your neighbors, your friends. We can do this. We have to do this. There's literally no other option. And I know that right now things are super demoralizing. I woke up this morning because my best friend fucking called me and said, "You'll never fucking guess what happened." Fuck. But like, let's be perfectly fucking real. We cannot let this demoralize us. We cannot let this make us as reactionists. We need to be purposeful. We need to be organized. We need to come together and actually make a goddamn difference, because the people that we elect aren't doing shit. The fucking police aren't doing shit. Don't the people that are literally killing us in the streets. And I say this with my whole body, my whole heart, my whole soul. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
have no voice. Rage into the friggin' midterms. Vote these people out. Please. I'm tired.
Rage is fuel.
Rage is fuel. What do we want?
Abortion rights.
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 When do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
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 what do we want?
Abortion rights.
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 When do we want it?
Now.
When do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
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 what do we want?
Abortion rights.
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 When do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
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 what do we want?
Abortion rights.
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 When do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it
if
down.
we don't get it,
Shut it
if
down.
we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
anybody can join us. Please come over and join us. Come over and join us.
Bring that Senate aside.
Please.
Bring that fucking Senate aside. No, they're trolls. Doing a good job.
Tonight, Claire Zimmerman Thomas.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a state.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
Don't need a court. Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me. Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a court.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you. Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a stick.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a stick.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
Don't need a stick.
Tell me what to do.
I choose for me.
You choose for you.
For joining us today. And a special thank you, of course, to Lauren Underwood. Where are you? Lauren, I have seen you when the cameras are on and when the cameras are off. She is always fighting for the people of her district, and all that you have done for our government, for the people of our country, and for Plainfield. I thank you for that. I thank you for your partnership and your leadership. So as Senator Durbin mentioned, we traveled here today. In fact, they both joined me along with the Secretary on Air Force Two. And we traveled here from D.C. today to talk with you about maternal health, which should be one of our highest priorities as a nation. And I had planned to speak about our strategy for improving care for pregnant women and mothers across our country. And as you know, on the way here, however, we learned that the United States Supreme Court had rendered its decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. Here's what that decision means. For nearly 50 years, we have talked about what Roe v. Wade protects. Today, as of right now, as of this minute, we can only talk about what Roe v. Wade protected. Past tense. This is a healthcare crisis. Because understand, millions of women in America will go to bed tonight without access to the health care and reproductive care that they had this morning, without access to the same health care or reproductive health care that their mothers and grandmothers had for 50 years. This is the first time in the history of our nation that a constitutional right has been taken from the people of America. And what is that right? Some might ask. It's the right to privacy. Think about it as the right for each person to make intimate decisions about heart and home. Decisions about the right to start a family, including contraception, such as IUDs, the morning after pill. Decisions about whether to have a child, including, as Senator Durbin mentioned, through in vitro fertilization. Decisions to marry the person you love. Obergefell v. Hodges. Loving versus Virginia. This opinion also says, when you read it, that abortion is not deeply rooted in our nation's history. They offer that, in the opinion, as a foundation for the decision they rendered today. In holding that it is not deeply rooted in our history, today's decision on that theory then calls into question other rights that we thought were settled, such as the right to use birth control, the right to same-sex marriage, the right to interracial marriage. The great aspiration of our nation has been to expand freedom. But the expansion of freedom clearly is not inevitable. It is not something that just happens. Not unless we defend our most fundamental principles. Not unless we elect leaders who stand up for those principles. The strength of our nation has always been that we move forward. Today, I invite all people to stand together in defense of one of the most fundamental ideals and principles that for generations, for centuries, I believe, we had held dear. which is that fundamental principle about the importance of liberty. To stand for liberty, to stand for freedom, to stand for self-determination, and for the right to privacy. You have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the president said earlier today, with your vote, you can act, and you have the final word. So this is not over. God bless you, and God bless America.
For people seeking abortions and for those providing them. Throughout history, working people have had to defy unjust laws to gain the right to protest, to strike, to defy Jim Crow, and to dismantle institutional sexism. Today is no different. But importantly, this resistance needs to be on a mass, organized scale and not just on an individualized basis. Councilmember Sawant is also crucially committing to fighting for using public funds to cover abortions for those in need. This is a direct repudiation of the reactionary Hyde Amendment, which was supported by the Democrats, including Joe Biden, and has been renewed again and again with bipartisan support. Importantly, it takes the burden of funding off of mutual aid that is by its nature comes from working people whose funds are desperately overstretched as it is. Funding for abortions should come instead from expanding the Amazon tax our movement won in 2020. Councilmember Sawant's leadership today provides an alternate path. Working people, women, LGBTQ people, people of color, we deserve a party that takes decisive action in moments of crisis. We are increasingly in a constant moment of crisis, from the pandemic to inflation, to the climate, to housing, to racist police violence, and now basic access to health care. And the Democrats have proven that they have no interest in providing that lead, while one independent socialist has been on the cutting edge of these fights time and again. Tonight at 5 p.m. at the Federal Building, 915 2nd Avenue, Socialist Alternative and Councilmember Sawant will join a coalition of unions, community groups, and socialists saying, "We won't go back." This rally and similar actions across the country, which Socialist Alternative is calling or joining in, can act as a kicking off point for a desperately needed movement which is independent of the Democratic Party and the liberal NGOs. Such a movement needs democratic structures to discuss and decide demands, tactics, and strategy. We saw through our collective experience in the largest protest in U.S. history, in the 2020 movement for Black Lives, that this heroic sacrifice and being on the streets day after day, it won't be enough. We need to learn the lessons of the historic feminist movements in Latin America and Ireland, which in the last few years have won gains on abortion through mass democratic struggle in the streets and not through a legalistic approach. We'll need an escalating plan of action from our unions, from our schools, from our communities to build the pressure to win first this important sanctuary city legislation, but then crucially to win a full socialist feminist agenda, including overturning the filibuster to codify Roe, Medicare for all with fully funded reproductive care and gender-affirming care, universal child care, a mass expansion of high-quality union-built social housing, and nationalizing the formula industry to ensure the safety of families over the profits of corporations. But to win, we can't wait. We need to rebuild a fighting feminist movement, and I appeal for you to join us.
Thank you. Those are our speakers. If media have questions about the legislation or questions for our fellow speakers, please let me know.
Can I speak too? Because I'm against what is you talking about.
Come join us. Come, let's make some noise.
I want to do what you tell me.
That would be a people's budget amendment to the city budget to make sure that all abortion care and abortion-related care is fully funded, as Emily MacArthur pointed out, by expanding the Amazon tax or by instituting other taxes on big corporations and the wealthy, and making sure that that abortion care is available to anybody who seeks it, whether you live in Seattle already or not. But more immediately, the legislation that my office is putting forward is for an abortion sanctuary city. And I wanted to point out to the media that actually this is nothing new. If you recall, in 2003, the city's voters passed Initiative 75, which was meant for making sure that the city's police paid the lowest priority attention to marijuana-related prosecution. And that initiative, when it took effect, it was highly successful. I'm reading from a Stranger article in 2005 that pointed out that there was a 67% reduction in arrests, prosecutions, and jail sentences connected to marijuana use. And that was in the period preceding the statewide initiative that then legalized all marijuana use. So, I mentioned that to point out that in reality, the Democrats on the City Council have zero excuses to not vote yes on this legislation, because it's nothing new. It's been done before for marijuana, and it played a role in helping towards marijuana legalization. This time, the case, if anything, is even more compelling, because we are talking about human lives, especially those who are the most oppressed. So I urge the City Council to vote yes on this legislation. If you're interested in co-sponsoring, I invite you to co-sponsor this legislation with me. And most importantly, I invite you to fight alongside me for the People's Budget Amendment to fully fund abortion-related care. But most importantly, it is up to working people and the rank and file of the labor movement and progressive labor and social justice leaders to make sure that the City Council here and the Democrats on the City Council do the right thing and vote yes on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you all. We've got copies of the press release here.
That lobster mac and cheese. I went back and got some more.
So don't touch us. We're not touching him, so don't touch us.
No one fight.
We're not touching him, so don't touch us. Out of the middle of our march.
Back up.
We're not touching him, so don't come touch us. Get out of here. We let him leave peacefully. Don't fucking put your hands
The truth conductor. Don't fucking touch my shit, asshole! Get the fuck out of here!
God loves you.
We're trying to be nice to you and not touch you too, because you're gonna touch us! Get out of here!
Good job. God loves you, bro. Yo. God loves you. God still loves you, bro. Repent. God still loves you.
That's the kind of person that's like this.
God still loves you. Put your hand up. Oh!
Get out of here! They're going for everyone here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Even if we get an abortion, too, we still love you.
Literally like 2 polar
We have a democratically elected president, Congress, and here we are in a country where 64% of people believe in Roe v. Wade, believe in abortion access. The so-called founding fathers were afraid of the tyranny of the majority. We're living in a tyranny of the minority. You can go to the polls, you can vote and you should, but we also have to pay attention to what our structures are and how they're reflected of us. So don't stop fighting for an actual representative democracy in this country.
My name is Rickwood, and I'm an organizer with Generation Ratify, which is a youth-led, cross-class, BIPOC-led movement to enshrine gender equality in the Constitution. And I have a short favor to ask of all of you. If you could pull out your phones right now, I want you to go to abortionfund.org and donate some motherfucking money to these abortion funds so we can help expecting mothers get abortion in the light of the Roe v. Wade decision. We're going to be holding space at Generation Ratify on Instagram if you want to follow. And we will fight until women can get abortion on demand. Thank you.
And it's not acceptable to think of this as a second
health care need. Nearly 1 in 4 people who can become pregnant in America will have an abortion by age 45. It's common and it happens. This ruling is mostly impacting Black and brown individuals, women, trans, and non-binary folks. People earning low incomes and people who live in rural communities where health care can be extremely hard to access. Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan DC is committed to providing care to all who need us. We will be here as we always have been for our patients. Over the past year, in the midst of COVID, we not only kept our doors open, we opened them wider. In 2021, we served over 19,000 patients in person, telehealth, and telephone visits. We became the second Planned Parenthood in the nation to provide direct-to-patient telemedicine abortion, available to those patients in addresses in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. This care is offered up to 8 weeks and 6 days after the start of the person's last menstrual period. We also launched our Promotores program, which trains and supports local Spanish community leaders to become health educators who work to meet the diverse needs of our Latinx community. And we will continue to seek ways to expand and to innovate. Despite the court's ruling, PPMW will not waver to help ensure every person, regardless of race, income level, or where they live, has the ability to make their own decisions about their bodies and their futures. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Alyssa Silverman, at-large council member. I really don't have much to add to my colleagues except to say that I'm here to stand in solidarity with women and men, across the country, but especially in the District of Columbia. This ruling is cruel, and it's counter to, I think, our country's principles. of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for people to make decisions that are right for them and for their families. I guess I just want to say to Mayor Bowser and to Delegate Norton and my colleagues, we need to work together, because certainly this ruling is a threat, I think, to women and men and families across the country, but I think it shows a particular threat to our city. And I really think we need to strategize and work together to strengthen home rule, to make sure that we preserve the rights that we have to make the best decisions for residents of our city. And that is making sure that there is safe access to abortion in our city, to reproductive health in our city, to making sure that people can make decisions, personal decisions about who they love or what kind of family planning decisions they decide is best for them. Those are DC values, right, Mayor Bowser? Right, Delegate Norton? Those are DC values, and I think we need to do everything we can to make sure we preserve those values. Thank you so much to the providers here at Planned Parenthood. You guys are...
And me as a man, I will keep fighting for your rights, and I am proud ally to all the women out here who will be affected today. And just a quick side note, I actually read the draft opinion today on the Supreme Court, the opinion that came out. This is from Judge Thomas. For that reason, all right, now this is a warning. For that reason, in future cases, we should reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, and Orchfeld, which is the same Supreme Court case that legalized gay marriage. They're coming for gay marriage, believe it or not. They say they won't, but they're coming for it. And let's be honest, they're just waiting for someone to take it up to the Supreme Court, and they're going to knock it down when we barely achieved gay marriage rights in 2015. So, stay alert. Literally, I know they say this as a joke, but stay woke, because this fight isn't over yet, and it's not going to be over for a long time. So, thank you, guys.
That's right. We are like they just said, we are coming at this from our different perspectives. And that is actually a strength. Whether you believe in God or you don't, whether you think we need to overthrow this system like I do, through an actual revolution or not, then you need to be in these streets. And exactly like the brother just said right here, we have to take to the streets and stay in the streets. Demand that they reverse this decision. Now! This has everything to do, and it is everybody's responsibility. I don't care what gender you are. I don't care what nationality you are. I don't care what you look like. It is your responsibility to get the fuck out here and to call everybody else to get out here too. So, okay, I'm going to open it up again. You want to say something again? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Who here is angry? All right, I'm a teacher. How do you think we won abortion rights? How did we win it? In the streets. Thank you. It was under the Nixon presidency that we won abortion rights in the streets. So we need to get organized. We need to understand that we have to build an independent labor party. I know I sound like a broken record, but we need a left party to defend abortion rights, reproductive justice, gay marriage. This is about fighting fascism in the United States. So we have to be vigilant. We have to be organized. And I'm so grateful to be here. And let's stay in the streets, like you said. Thank you. That's right. Stay. Yeah. Come on. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say a minority is making decisions for the majority of this country right now. Donald Trump put 3 conservative justices on the Supreme Court. Donald Trump was not even elected by the popular vote, okay? We are being led by this conservative minority, and I need all of you to bring this spirit and your livelihood to the November elections, because we need to elect people that represent our values. Even in California in June, the voting numbers were abysmal. We have to get people to the voting booths. And this archaic way of calling people on the phone and saying, go vote for this candidate, go do that, it's not going to fucking work. Take to the fucking streets. Research what elected officials are going to uphold our right to choose. This is about going and voting. The only people voting right now, and I'm sorry to say this, are old, white, conservative people that do not represent this country. Get your friends to the voting booth. This is the only way we are going to be able to protect all of the civil rights that we have.
That's right. Look, and if you vote or you do not vote, look, we have to be in the streets. Look, I do want to say that since these bans have been rolling out, the Democrat strategy has been capitulation, has been saying that we have to wait to November to stop this, that we have to wait to vote. No. When these bans started coming out, people took to the streets one day, and that was it. That gave impetus to this Christian fascist, woman-hating, theocratic Supreme Court to keep going. That we saw Kentucky, that we saw Oklahoma. You have women like Brittany Pula, a Native American woman who is in jail for having a miscarriage in this country. That is what this country is about to look like for millions of women if we do not stand up right now in massive, sustained, nonviolent protest to demand that they reverse this decision. Because it is illegitimate. And their whole setup, their whole Supreme Court setup is illegitimate. So yeah, you want to come up and speak, say something.
Hi, my name's Lisette. Damn, this shit's hard. Okay, so two weeks ago, I did have my abortion. I think about all the ways it would have affected me. What if I had found out now? What if I found out a week from now I was pregnant? It was hard. I was 2 months and I had no idea, right? Like, and when I think of this being overturned, I think about like, what if I was a different person born in a different state? I found so much strength and peace in the fact that I was able to have a choice because I knew for whatever reasons I wasn't ready. But then I think about like, what if I was born in a different state? I could have gone to jail for something that I didn't even know I was pregnant, you know? Like, I got pregnant because I took fucking antibiotics on the Plan B. So that's like a fucking, like, don't fucking tell me contraceptives are gonna fucking work. You never know for whatever reason why you could be that 1% that just so happens to get pregnant. And that shit's, I woke up pissed. Like, what the fuck? This is a fucking classist issue. You think, like, all of us are gonna be able to get an abortion or something? No. It's for the fucking 1% that has the money to go fucking travel to find the care for those abortions and stuff. I think about who my mom was and how she didn't have those decisions to have an abortion. She was with us without a choice. It's a fucking issue against gay marriage. It's against our fucking privacy. Like, these fucking flow apps and shit, they track your ovaries and your periods and shit, and that shit gets sold to fucking Facebook. Like, this is a fucking joke. And I think about, like, had I been a month from now, 2 months from now, where the fuck would I have been? I would be fucking fighting for my fucking life in a fucking jail cell, begging for something that, like, just fucking basic fucking rights, dude. Like, and I'm standing here today, and I just feel empowered over people that support me about how I myself am a pansexual, how it would affect me if I happen to end up being married or wanting to get married to someone that isn't a hetero fucking white Anglo-Saxon man, you know? Like, not to be like mean, but I just felt like, fuck, this is fucking bullshit. And those fucking 3 like stupid like nominated people that Trump put, like, you're right, he didn't fucking win popular demand. And guess what? We fucking got Joe Biden, and Joe Biden isn't fucking doing shit. And shit's only ever gonna change if we all get together and fucking get on these fucking streets and fight and demand for a fucking voice to be heard. It's your fucking choice. It's your right. Everybody should have a fucking choice. And this is a fucking... It's in support of those with the uteri. It's in support of those with that are trans. It's support of all genders, all colors, all nationality. It doesn't matter your race, your ethnicity, your religion. We're all here to stand together in terms of another person who was pregnant and probably didn't have that same opportunity and that same right that I had. And I think about it like I'm just glad that I was able to have that choice and that freedom of like, this is what I can do and this is what I can't do. And that's what I think about every time I'm going to walk on these streets and fucking fight for these people. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to fucking scream to the top of my fucking lungs and start like raising hell on these fucking streets, dude. We're from the streets, by the streets, for the streets, by the people, and for the fucking people.
That's right, we need to take these motherfucking streets. That is absolutely right. We need to en masse to sustain nonviolent protest. And, oh sorry, got distracted. So again, I want to invite other people from whatever perspective you're coming from, why you're out here, why other people need to take to the streets and stay in the streets and demand that this decision be reversed now. Okay, so, all right, can y'all hear me in the back? All right, I have a few words for the Supreme Court. Keep your legal decision out of our fucking uteri! In 2016, when y'all put in Trump in office, and I couldn't vote, y'all said we were hysterical for thinking Roe v. Wade would be overturned. Look at where we are today. And if y'all have seen Thomas's concurrent opinion to today's decision, more of our rights are on the executioner's block. We're talking gay marriage, rights to contraceptives. They're all next. Anti-abortion advocates need another target, and they're the rest of our fucking human rights. To all the Democrats sitting pretty in your office with your corporate money, fuck all of y'all for not doing anything. You sat there and watched as bans were put into place, and you did nothing for us. So fuck all of y'all saying we should vote, because Dems are doing nothing for us. We need direct action in the streets. If you're sitting on your ass at home and you're feeling comfortable thinking you're safe, your rights are next. So get your ass off the couch, turn up, and turn out.
Thank you so much. Make some noise. That was beautiful. My name is Shira Yevon, and I am the founder of a collective of women in music called Gritty in Pink. We're going to be back here tomorrow at 1 p.m. on a flatbed truck with women rocking the fuck out. And I just want to say, you know, recently Gloria Steinem talked about businesses getting behind, you know, speaking up for women's rights, right? And gay rights. With all those rainbow emojis on Instagram. Well, where are they when our rights get taken away? Am I right? Make some noise. So, as a CEO, as a female founder, I want to read a statement that we wrote from Gritty in Pink. As a platform that prides itself on uplifting women's voices within music, we are saddened and angered by the overturn of Roe v. Wade. This ruling will and is already affecting women across this country, especially women of marginalized backgrounds who already have trouble having access to health care in this country. Basic needs. We want to make this very clear. We will not back down. We will not go back. No one in this country should have to fight for their basic human rights. And I look at the crowd. This is beautiful, right? right? We out here. This is inspirational. I'm looking at the signs. 100% of unwanted pregnancies are caused by men. Regulate men's bodies. What an idea. This is a war on women, okay? Pro-life is a lie when you don't care about women's lives. Great. So what I want to say is, we are the change. What we have to do is talk to our people, talk to our employers, talk to our friends, talk to our conservative friends, talk to our neighbors that voted for Trump. Talk to the people about why this is important. Talk to men. People only care about things that affect them, and it's the sad truth, right? But I have already had a lot of conversations this morning over text with people who seem to downplay, the importance of this. And they don't get it until you really break it down for them what this means. As we've heard, as we've said, they're coming for gay marriage. They're coming for birth control. Are you serious? We're going to go back 50 fucking years? What? What world are we living in? Okay, so we need to get our heads out of our asses. We're all living in another dimension. And tell your friends, tell your brothers, your sisters, your parents, get them out on the streets, because we will not go back. We got to take to the streets, and we got to fight this. Thank you so much for being out here. And I'll see you tomorrow back here, 1 p.m. Bring 10 people, and we're going to really make a riot.
Yes. Good morning, or good afternoon, whatever the fuck we're in right now. Okay, I'm here for 2 reasons. I'm here because I am so fucking tired of people telling me that voting is gonna solve this shit. I'm exhausted. Vote blue no matter who isn't gonna get us anywhere. Democrats haven't had our back, Republicans haven't had our back. We're fucking cash cows. We're not actual people. We never have been. Laws don't matter as long as they pertain to our bodies. I'm also here because I'm sick and fucking tired of people saying that this is a Handmaid's Tale issue. It isn't. Handmaid's Tale is a fucking white supremacist fairy tale that is nothing more than a 5-hour-long set of trauma porn for white women. I'm sick and fucking tired of it. This isn't Handmaid's Tale. This is fucking America in 2022. This isn't something you get to compare to a TV show because it's something that doesn't follow a plot. It's going to get worse, and it is getting worse. So stop posting photos of people in red fucking cloaks and get your ass out onto the street. Stop sending money to Nancy Pelosi and stop putting your fucking money where your mouth is. Donate to fucking women. Donate to non-binary people. Donate to indigenous people. People who are actually going to have to put their lives on the chopping block because their lives for abortion are at risk. I guarantee you that your Democratic senators will never have to worry about whether or not they're going to have access to an abortion. I guarantee you that your Republican senators are never going to have to worry about their mistresses getting abortions because they have automatic access to that shit. That's not their issue. This is an issue for the people. This is about fucking bodies. This is about our lives, and I am tired of it becoming an issue that people can turn into a political debate. I am sick and fucking tired of my rights being a debate topic. When is this shit gonna end? Get your ass out onto the street and start protesting like you fucking mean it.
You want to say something? Go ahead.
Appreciate that. Hey, right on. I appreciate the men who have come up here and spoken, but I'm not here to speak as a man, and I'm not here to speak about how this affects me. I am here because I refuse to accept a future where women and girls are stripped of their status as full human beings. That is what happened today. The Supreme Court took a leap in enforcing a lunatic Christian fascist vision on society. Are we going to accept women and girls being legally categorized as breeders for men in a male supremacist society? Are we going to accept a legal precedent that opens the door to come after LGBT people, after gay marriage, after interracial marriage? After the draft was leaked, we saw the potential to fight to reverse this direction. But too much of that potential was suffocated. Right now, everyone here and everyone you know, you have to look them straight in the eye with the full knowledge that the lives and the futures of half of humanity is in the balance. Look at them in the eye and say, do not let your anger and outrage be swallowed. Do not let the fury that burns in your belly be extinguished or doused. Do not let the fighting spirit be corralled and domesticated. We are already hearing that now the fight is about the right to travel. Come on. How long are we going to allow the people in power to conciliate and sign away the rights of women? How long? No more. A line has to be drawn now by everyone who cares about the future. We have to stop this direction that things are going in, and we can. As many people have said here today, the possibility to do that is in the goddamn streets all over this country. Making very clear this sucker Supreme Court decision is illegitimate. And if they want to try to take away the right to abortion, we will bring this society to a halt. Bodies need to be put upon the gears of the machine to show them that it will be prevented from functioning at all. And look, sisters and brothers, my name is No Shit. And others. Sisters, brothers, and whatever you identify as. Cousins. Beautiful people. I have to say just two more things. One, I'm a spokesperson for the Revolution Club, and we're here and have joined with Rise Up for Abortion Rights. Because this is the one grouping of people of different viewpoints.
I would bet money that that certification was awaiting her office today when she got there. So that means that we will be open for the next 10 days, and we'll be seeing patients for the next 10 days, even if they have to do what they've done so often, and that's come through this kind of terrorism. And I want to thank the defenders, because without them, we would not have still been open. They have been selfless with the services they've provided. Thank each one of you for what you've done and what you continue to do. But now let me introduce Shannon, a woman you all know, I think. She is the executive director of all of our clinics. She is going to be the executive director of Las Cruces. I'm not sure she's not moving there. I guess she'll let you know. She's the woman who was on Time magazine and looked quite gorgeous, and she is one ferocious woman. So I'm the past and she is the future, and I am just so honored to introduce you to Shannon Brewer. Hey, Shannon.
Hello, everybody. I didn't, of course, I never make a speech, so I kind of just speak what's on my mind. And right now, today is a tough day for me, for Diane, for everybody at that clinic. And we have been preparing, but nothing can really prepare you for the actual day that it comes down. I came to realize that when it came down today. I just want to start first and foremost. I want to let Diane know you are not the past. You're never going to be the past. You are your history. You made history. You fought until the end. You said you weren't giving up.
I'm not.
And I know that. And I made a promise to you. As long as you were fighting, I'm going to fight with you. And I think, and we did that. We did it. Those are the things that, we can be proud of. This is a hard day for my staff. It's been a hard week for my staff, for the defenders, our doctors, patients, everybody. It's been a whirlwind this past week. I am so thankful for every opportunity that I've ever gotten, all the people I've ever met through this, the fact that I can not be at the clinic and know that everything is okay because of the people that we have on the grounds there. The defenders, you guys, there are no words to thank y'all. Miss Betty, I spoke with her. That's who brought me in many years ago. I will love her and appreciate her until the last day. Susan Hill, I appreciate her. She's the one who started this fight in Mississippi at this facility. We will always appreciate her for that. The doctors who, through all of this, they continue to fly in and out every week to see patients. My staff, who are about some of the strongest women I've ever met, and even up until today while we're doing this, they're still talking to patients and seeing patients. So those are the things that I try to focus on. I'm not trying to focus that everything is completely gone because we're still here, we're still fighting, we're just fighting in a different place. I feel bad for the Mississippi women because these are the women that are needing these services and can't get these services. The very ones who are going to be needing it the most are the ones who won't have access to get it. That's why we're trying to do all of these things to help with transportation and everything through the Pink House Fund, because I can keep moving forward and helping women, but there's something about Mississippi. I understand Mississippi women. I understand everything about their struggles and everything they go through because those are the same struggles I've gone through in my life. Nothing about what went on today is going to tell me that this was right. They have passed this gun control thing. My son was killed a month ago, and they passed that. And yet they're concerned about the children. You're never going to make me believe that you're concerned about the children when people are out here dying every day. Gun control is out of hand. And this is what you're focusing on, women taking over women and controlling their bodies. You're never going to make that right for me. And until somebody changes my mind, which I know that won't happen, I will continue to fight for women. Wherever I am, wherever I'm going to be, I'm going to continue to do this because I know that this is what I was meant to do. Thank y'all.
She's marvelous.
Thank y'all.
Questions?
Yes. So now we'll take questions. Again, we'll go live and then Zoom here. I know y'all in the heat, so we'll try to be as quick as possible. So questions here live. Anybody questions? Right here.
I think so. I think it's important that we realize that a lot of people don't pay attention to the news. We've seen Texas women that couldn't believe they couldn't get an abortion in Texas. So, yes, I do expect to see that because I think as soon as you see illegal overturned, first there's that fear of, oh, my God, what do I do? But, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, we don't have anything on Zoom, so another right here.
Is still living in a time where we like to hurt women. They like to do things to women just so they can assert some kind of power and control. We are very fortunate to live here in California where we don't. It's a worry, but it is not an immediate worry. I worry for my friends and family in Texas. There are so many people in Texas I know that are already struggling with the trans rights that are being taken away from them there. So many of those trans people have uteri, and it's... So I understand the fear. But you can't be brave without that fear, and I'm asking you to take your fear and be brave. I
I'm scared too, but we have to do what we have to do, and this feels right.
That's right. Exactly. Look, we need to overcome our fear and uncertainty. We need to turn our fear into anger. We need to turn our fear into fury. Because that is how we are going to stop this. This decision must not stand. We demand abortion stay legal and on demand and without apology. Legal and on demand and without apology. We need to take to the streets and say this Supreme Court decision is completely illegitimate. Completely. And I will say it over and over again today. Forced motherhood is illegitimate. Abortion bans are illegitimate. Christian fascist theocracy is illegitimate. And we must not go back. We must not come out here and voice our frustration for one day. We have to come back out tomorrow. We have to come back out the next day. This has to grow. Society needs to come to a grinding halt. And I'm serious. That is how we're going to beat this back. This is an outrage. And we, the people, us, only us here, in our thousands and our millions, can stop this. It is on us. So again, I want to open up the mic to people. Here, I'll open up the mic to you, and then I'll open to you.
Thank you. No, I'm not throwing that away. I'm going to pick that up in a little bit. You know what? In all honesty, this is all a very true thing. I can't speak for people that are of a specialty. I can't speak for anybody that's gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, pregnant, not pregnant, unable to be pregnant or anything like that, because, you know what? I'm just a normal guy. I'm just a regular person. I'm your average Joe, working 9 to 5, working as much as I can. I can't speak for you. But what I can do is I can stand with you. It's not right that I have to wait. No, I don't have to. Because you know what? This isn't from me. This is from all of you. From all you females out there. You're the ones that have to deal with this. That's fucked up. Why the fuck do we all have to wake up in the morning for something we couldn't vote for, but they can in the Supreme Court? I want to ask you all something. Who here actually had the option to vote whether we should overturn Roe and Wade? Who? I didn't get a ballot in the mail that said, do you want to overturn Roe versus Wade? No, I didn't. And I'm a fucking male. That's fucked up. It is illegitimate. Thank you for saying that, whoever it is. It's fucked up. It's stupid. It's annoying. It's worthless. It's pointless. And that is true. That all these people are talking about, this is just the first step that they're taking. This is the first step. First they come for the right to abortion. Next they come for gay marriage. Next they come to the right to contraceptives. What else are they going to come for? They'll come for everything. That's right. They'll come for you. They'll come for you. They'll come for me. It's fucked up. You know, the fact that they're allowing people that could be raped and whatever it is, I'm a little flustered. The fact that they allow illegitimate pregnancies to go forward, it might not happen here in California, but it'll happen somewhere else. It'll happen in Ohio. It'll happen in Idaho. It'll happen anywhere in the Rust Belt, the Bible Belt, anywhere in the Midwest. Because you know why? The main reason that they allow Roe versus Wade to be overturned is because the white man is scared. The white man is scared of being overturned. Because you know why? Minorities are on the rise. Mexicans are on the rise. Mexicans are on the rise. They're afraid of us. Black people are coming up on the rise. They're scared of black people. They're scared of Asians. They're scared of Middle Easterners. They're scared of Muslims. They're scared of everyone. Everyone that is non-white, they're scared. That is the reason why they want these abortions to go away. Because they're scared. They're scared of a lot of things. They're not just scared of the race as well. They're scared of being overtaken by the common man. The person that does not make $1 million working on movies, working in the Supreme Court, working in these big office buildings here. Let me ask you all something. How many of you have an affordable living? How many of you can really afford to live in Los Angeles? I don't see any hands being raised. That's right. It's expensive, and it's getting more expensive. Who wants to raise a child in a world where you can barely afford to feed yourself?
Hell no.
That's right. You don't want to live in a world where you have to raise a child that starves too many times in a week. Nobody wants to do that. I know a good amount of you probably grew up hungry at night, hungry in the morning. Your only way of being fed was at school. How many of you had to wait till you were going to school to be fed? How many? I sure was. There was a time where I couldn't be fed because my mom couldn't work. I could only eat 1 or 2 times in a day, and that was the little amount they could give at a public school. That's not right. What these people don't look at when they overturn things like that is a dying society. We live in very troubling times. We all still remember Uvalde. We all still remember many of the other mass shootings that happened. We literally had a mass shooting in Los Angeles somewhere over in MacArthur Park. No, not MacArthur Park. Where the fuck the blue line is at. But they are very quick to forget that. When we live in an overpopulated society, we become more violent. I can't really say anything about that, but it's a very interesting thing. I don't know, just remember that.
Thank you for that. And I wanted to, okay, so we have some folks over here. We have you. I'm trying to see who's on deck. You, okay. Yeah, look. And you, okay. So I'm going to take you. And look, we are saying mass to sustain nonviolent protests in the streets. And we are coming together in the unity of our struggle to demand that they reverse this decision now. So, again, I'm opening my mic. Hi, I'm Izzy Raphael. You say them pronouns. And I am very frustrated. It's very frustrating trying to have a conversation and explain to people that this isn't about pro-life. If this was about pro-life, you would care about the rising adolescent suicide attempts. But you don't. What am I supposed to do when I look at my friends who are suicidal and tell them, I'm sorry you can't afford therapy, and I'm sorry that you can't afford a psychiatrist, and I'm sorry that your school or your parents or in society do not give you the needs you need to feel well and to feel like to feel like your country cares about you. Don't tell me this is a pro-life issue when we have situations like Uvalde. And all they want to do is say, oh, let's have less doors. They don't actually want to, they don't care about kids. They don't care about people that are dying. Don't tell me this is a pro-life issue when you have issues such as Buffalo caused by white supremacy. When you have issues of young males coming in with guns and are shooting, that are shooting massage places that are run by Asians. Or shooting at places that, are run by minorities because, they feel threatened. Don't tell me this is an issue about life when we have rising overdoses from fentanyl. Don't tell me this is an issue about life when you're not caring about the lives that are already healed. Here, there are people on the streets who don't have housing, who don't have food, who don't have clean water. We have people like this, and we choose not to look at them. We choose not to look away. There are people right now that aren't showing up. They're staying quiet because they have the privilege to be quiet. They have the money, They have the money to go to an abortion clinic. They have the money to travel. There are people in different states
that are impoverished, that don't have the privileges that a lot of people here in a blue, wealthy state to go seek abortion. I'm begging, please do something, whether that's coming out and protesting, whether that's voting, whether that's having a conversation with a relative who doesn't understand this issue, whether that's saying something on your social media, whether that's writing to a representative. Please do something. Thank you.
My name is Annie Day. I'm a revolutionary. I'm an organizer with Rise Up for Abortion Rights. I want you all to say this with me. This decision must not stand. Legal abortion on demand. This decision must not stand. Legal abortion on demand. This decision must not stand. Legal abortion on demand. You have to say this, and you have to mean it, and you have to fight for it. These fascists have been telling us for months that they're coming for the future. They've been telling us for years that they're coming for the future. The motherfucker Clarence Thomas said in his concurring opinion that none of these rights, none of your humanity counts up against their white supremacists, male supremacists, LGBTQ people hating future, earth destroying, theocratic nightmare future. You do not matter except to be rolled the fuck over. What do you say about that? Fuck that! But you have to mean it, and you have to fight for it. I'm sorry, but there's no such thing as painless progress. There's no such thing as you pull a lever or you come out for an afternoon and hold a sign and you go the fuck back home. You've been trained to think that that's how you make change. You give a thumbs up on social media. You complain about it to your family and your friends, and then you worry about your damn self. But I'm sorry. This is part of what has led us here, is these fascists have seized the moral high ground and they are fighting like their lives depend on it. But our lives depend on it, and we're more than them. And we are decent, and we are right, and we give a fuck about humanity and the planet and our diversity and our beauty, and that means we have to fight for it. Rise Up for Abortion Rights started in January because we could see the nightmare that was coming. We could see what it was going to mean for the future of women and girls if they do not have the right to control their own destinies. We could see what the future was going to mean for LGBTQ people if they took away the right to abortion, because that sets the legal precedent for gay marriage. That sets the legal precedent for the right to birth control. We could see the danger this was going to mean when these fascists have a win and a wind under their sails. They've been fighting for this for decades, and they're celebrating in the streets. And we could see what this was going to mean if we gave over to them and gave up. And I'm telling you right now that the mainstream pro-choice organizations had a strategy of capitulating in advance. They said, we'll plan for a post-Roe America. We'll secure California and New York and the blue states as sanctuary states. We'll distribute the abortion pill. This is a delusion, and it gives the lives of women to these fascists. It gives the future to these fascists. We cannot allow that. If you just go by acting within the existing channels, these are the existing channels that have put these fascists in power. 6 of these judges are theocrats. 3 of them were put into place by an open fascist, Donald fucking Trump. They are illegitimate. They are illegitimate. And if you think you're going to stop them by playing within the normal political confines, you are deluded. So we can no longer be deluded. Now is the time to raise our heads and face the reality. We're not going back to normal, people. These are pre-Civil War times, and these fascists are preparing for a one-sided civil war, a one-sided slaughter. So now here's the question. Are they going to be met by resistance? Are they going to be met with unity and diversity? Are they going to be met by the majority that says, no, you cannot have your hands on the future? That is a question you have to answer. Yes, out here today. Yes, out here today, raising your voices, raising your viewpoints, standing together, learning how to work together in our diversity, not allowing people to stand on the sidelines and snark and snipe and tell us you're working with the wrong people, you're saying the wrong words, while the future gets given to these fascists. We have to stand together in our unity. We have to learn how to work together in our diversity and our beauty. Yes, out here today, but not just today. Out here tomorrow. Out here the next day. Out here the next day until we grow from our hundreds to thousands. Until we call forth and shake loose the millions who've been putting their heads in the sand and hoping it won't have to come to this. But if you just hope that it won't have to come to this, you are complicit. If you care about the lives of women and girls, if you care about the lives of LGBT people, if you care about the trans youth that are in the fucking targets of these fascists, then you have to stand out here and fight for them. Right. So this is why Rise Up for Abortion Rights says, and has been sounding the alarm and saying, that we have to change what happens through mass-sustained, nonviolent resistance. Mass-sustained, determined, furious, nonviolent resistance. There's a brother this morning, you can look him up on social media, Guido Rackstatter, and he climbed a bridge in Washington, D.C. And he climbed a bridge, and as of an hour ago, that bridge was still shut the fuck down. And he talked about what happened in Puerto Rico when there was mass-sustained, nonviolent civil resistance. In 14 days, they grew from thousands to millions. And they ousted the governor who was selling the interests of the people of Puerto Rico through mass-sustained protests. Why do we wear this green bandana? Because the women in Argentina and Colombia and Mexico showed us how to win the right to decriminalize abortion in deeply Catholic countries. They put their asses out of the street and they put some shit on the line. And I just have to say, I know I'm going on, but I'm furious. I just have to say, if you think about what it's going to mean for the fascists to have this win, what is that going to mean for the women of the world? This is the biggest fucking monster of a country sitting on the backs of humanity. What is it going to mean for the theocrats right now who are holding women in El Salvador in prison, facing 17 to 30 years in prison for having a miscarriage? What is that going to mean for the fascists in Ghana who are imprisoning and terrorizing gay people? We have to act like our lives depend on it, and we have to act in the interest of the women and the people of the motherfucking world. Chauvinism and American exceptionalism that it can't happen here. We owe it to the women of the world. We owe it to the people of the world to defeat these theocrats in their interest, in their name. And we're going to do it in the streets, and we're going to do it through sustained resistance, through shaking the society to its foundations. The fascists on the court, the fascists and the rulers, the fascists that throughout society are not gods, even though they think they're on a mission from God. They are not all powerful. They can be defeated. They worry about their illegitimacy. But the question is, are we going to call their illegitimacy into question by being in the streets? They're weighing whether or not they're going to federalize, codify Roe on a federal level. They're weighing all their options among the Democrats, but they're not going to do shit if we don't fucking compel them. Not by asking them, not by begging them, not by pleading with them, but by getting in the streets and making known that their society will be prevented from functioning before we accept the enslavement of women. Yes. So I want to end with this quote from Mario Savio, who's somebody you need to know. know about. He led the free speech movement in Berkeley in 1964, and he said this, and I want you to think deeply about this because this is a challenge to each and every one of you. He said this, he said there are times when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, it makes you so sick at heart that you cannot take part, you cannot even passively take part. And you have to put your body upon the wheels, upon the gears of the machine, and you have to make it known. You have to make it known that unless you are free, your machine will be prevented from functioning at all. So stay with us today. Stay with us today. Call your friends right the fuck now and say you are not worth shit if you don't get out in these streets with me. Come out with us tomorrow at 1 p.m. Be part of figuring out what else we need to do. The operas have to shut down. The jobs have to walk out. Everyone everywhere. Society has to stop. And you have to lead it and you have to organize it. So follow Rise Up for Abortion Rights on nationally and in Los Angeles. Join us. And say it with me one more time. This decision must not stand. Legal abortion on demand. This decision must not stand. Legal abortion on demand.
That's right. Well, you, and you.
I woke up this morning and turned on my phone, and the very first thing I saw was a text from a friend with a link, and I clicked on it, and it took me to a headline about Roe versus Wade, and I just felt so sad and so angry and so discouraged, and I didn't know what I was going to do today. And then my fabulous pink-haired friend, VK, who spoke so eloquently about Christian hypocrisy, sent me a text, and she was like, protest downtown, you coming? And I was like, fuck yes. And I hopped in a car with two other powerful women, Shira and Julie from Gritty and Pink, who are going to be here tomorrow and for another protest. And we fucking blared some Joan Jett, and we made posters in the back seat and got car sick, and we parked, and we got our asses here. And I really want to thank you for putting this on today and giving me something to do with my anger and my sadness and my rage. Because I know it's not easy to put something like this together at the last minute. You guys are fucking heroes. Like, thank you for doing this. And thank you everyone for showing up. And I'm here today of unwanted pregnancies are caused by men, so right. And I made it not because I think it's actually a viable option, but to prove a point that this is not about, it's not about babies, it's about power. This is about power. Men want to keep their power, and the way to do that is to keep women so fucking busy just trying to survive, just trying to keep their heads above water, trying to care for their babies. Somebody said earlier this is a class issue, and it's absolutely fucking right. This is about socioeconomics. This is about people of color. This is about the queer and trans communities. This is about the people who are so busy just trying to fucking keep their heads above the water that they don't even have the time to get, to do anything else. After World War II, all the women who fucking stepped up and worked in the factories to, make this country run were sent back to their homes. and their jobs were given back to the men. And that was because of power. Given back to the men, and that was because of power. Women weren't allowed to have credit cards or bank accounts until the 1970s unless they had a man sign for it, because it's about power. The men in power know that if we have the money, if we have the time, if we have the jobs, and if we have the voice, we won't take this shit. So thank you all so much. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for giving me a place to feel communion, and just thank you for being here, and don't stop, because we've got young people in other states who are really going to suffer as a result of this. I'm fighting for my niece, and I'm fighting for her friends, and I'm fighting for the underprivileged women who are struggling just to make it work, and we got to keep them in mind. Thank you so much.
I've had an abortion. I have friends who have had abortions. I have family members who have had abortions. There's a statistic saying that 1 in 4 women will need an abortion within their lifetime. But so many people are unaware of that because we don't talk about it enough. Every time I try to talk about my abortion around my friends and family, they get very uncomfortable about it. And everybody gets very uncomfortable around the subject. But we have to confront it head on, because too many people think that it's an abstract issue when we talk about the ramifications of restricting or criminalizing access to abortion. They don't think about their own friends and families. They don't think about their selves and what's actually going to happen if you're in that situation. And I got an abortion here in Los Angeles, one of the most liberal places in the United States, right? So theoretically one of the easiest places to get an abortion. And it's still a fucking struggle. It was honestly one of the worst experiences of my life. It sucks. I'm not going to mince words. But at least I had a choice. You know, at least I could come here and make that decision for myself. Because if I didn't have an abortion, I would have had to drop out of grad school. I would not have been able to complete my master's degree. I wouldn't have a kid right now that I would have to support. It would be a huge major setback in my career. It would be a huge major setback in my life. And I'm not even with the person who, you know, started that pregnancy for me. So, yeah, all in all, it's your choice. And the other women I know who've also had to go through abortions, they also had their own extenuating circumstances. Some of them, they already had kids, and they couldn't afford a third or a fourth. You know, some of them, you know, they knew that the father of that kid wasn't going to be anywhere near them, so they would basically be doomed to be a single parent. Again, while they were still in school. We have to really take to heart the ramifications, what it means to restrict access to abortion. We have to stop thinking about people who seek abortions as irresponsible, promiscuous, stupid people who don't think about the ramifications. We need to understand that birth control is never 100% effective. I was on birth control, my friends were on birth control, other people were on birth control, and guess what? It does not. It is not effective 100% of the time. Men fucking should be on birth control. Men, can men out here please do us a favor and convince your fellow men to get vasectomies? Like, stop being afraid. Please? Because why the fuck is the responsibility always on us? Yeah.
I got one.
It is abhorrent that all of this responsibility and risk and burden falls on the women. The responsibility of birth control, and then the responsibility of being stuck with a pregnancy when again, men can very easily just fucking leave. Like, my own biological father left my mother when she was pregnant because he didn't want a kid. And yeah, it's like, people fearmonger women who try to trap men with pregnancy, but the reality is there are a hell of a lot more single mothers out there than there are single fathers. I'm sorry. It's a hell of a lot harder for me to run away from my own uterus than it is for a man to run away from me. So, we need to put things in perspective. We need to come together. We need to support each other. Men and women, non-binary folks alike, everybody. Because as we said, they're not just coming for our uteruses. They're coming for gay marriage. They're coming for interracial marriage even. That same statute that legalized interracial marriage in the 50s is the same statute upon which they built Roe v. Wade. It's all about the right to bodily autonomy. It's all about reproductive rights. So it's not an isolated incident. We need to take this very, very seriously.
Okay, so I have a lot of people on deck, so I'm trying to see. I know this person wanted to go, so I'm gonna have you come next, and then and there's you, okay, and I know some of you wanted over here, and then y'all, okay, so
Thank you. Hello. So I have been standing here just processing. I really didn't expect myself to be as silent standing here. I've just been here really listening to everyone's perspectives, and I really just honoring your experiences. What it made me reflect about is just the different, like, these perspectives that we have, these experiences as white people, as brown people, as indigenous people, as black people, that identity really influences the perspective that we have. So I'm just thinking about the fact that this country, this society, the way that it was built, this energy that has been in the air these days that y'all are experiencing probably for the first time has existed since the beginning of time. And what I was thinking about is I was just being very grateful for the energy and the vibration that we're all sharing, this unity and this solidarity. And that is the power. Fuck voting. Fuck these white people in power. Us, every single one of us, elevating our consciousness higher than bowing to these powers that we don't even understand. This energy that we have, this unity, the people are the power. This solidarity is the power. If we don't have this, then we have nothing. We cannot keep offering our hope to this invisible idea of the United States of fucking genocide to come and save us. We gotta save us. We gotta save us.
Okay, so I have you, this person. Come on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bo Metz, and fuck fascism. I'm angry. I woke up this morning on the anniversary of Stonewall, where my people are going to be marching on the streets of San Francisco, Chicago, and LA, and I was reminded that was started by Marsha P. Johnson throwing a fucking brick, and nothing will ever get done unless there is a call to action and a will of the people. This is a human rights issue. This is, if they're coming for your fucking uterus, they're coming for the wedding band for my husband, and none of us are safe. So if you're not activated, this is for my gays and my theys out there that are not with us right now, watch the fuck out. Because they will come for you if they're coming for 50% of the population of this country with no regard to any of their liberties or freedoms, then you are not fucking safe. None of you. I am angry, I am activated, and I want to fucking rage. Like, I made my fucking little gay ass sign, put on my tightest shirt, drove up the rainbow Cadillac, and I said, gays for reproductive rights, motherfuckers. Because, I don't know, all the women in my life that have been allies to us in the queer community my entire fucking life, I will lay my body down for you to right to choose. And I defend that with my last breath. This is my gay fucking pride this weekend. I am not, every single one of those gay pride floats should be a fucking uterus float, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm just so glad that you guys all fucking feel the same way. Thank you. My name is Bo Metz. I'm a labor rights organizer. I help garment workers here in downtown LA. And when you see injustice, you have to do something about it. This is a human rights. These people have no regard. It is all about a system of control and domination. It is about declining birth rates. It's about GDP and fucking capitalism. Like, they do not give a fuck about babies. They want you to incubate the workforce and produce more for them. It has nothing to do with babies at all. It's a fucking joke. Because if it was about babies, we'd have health care. Like, basic shit. It's a joke, and it's like, it's so obvious, right? Like, these are these crazy ass Christians. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I don't know, they're completely disconnected from the rest of society. They're these, like, straight old white men who don't give a fuck about me. They don't give a fuck about you. All they care about is increasing shareholder valuation with the next fucking workforce. And if we have a decline in the population, then who's gonna fucking work to make them money? Like, that's what it is. They're afraid of strong women. They're afraid of marginalized people with a voice. And this is, to me, about a coalition of the gays, the theys, the she's, everybody coming together and say, fuck this shit. No, I do not accept this. I do not accept women not being able to choose the rights to their own fucking bodies. I do not let you choose who the fuck I sleep with or marry. That is not up for debate. That is not a conversation I'm having in 2022. I am a 40-year-old queer man. I was out in Red State, Indiana before Ellen gave the first gay kiss on TV. I am not going back there. And I am not going to stand by and watch them try to take it away from us.
Okay, so we have you and you and Jeff and you, and then you two. Okay, so.
Thank you. My name is Joe. This is an unprecedented attack on people with uteruses. This is a disgrace, and this is what capitalist USA imperialism looks like. We can't have a general strike, right? We should have a general strike in this country to shut the capitalist system down, right? So Malcolm X said we put the Democrats first and they put us last because we're chumps. We should not be chumps anymore. We cannot fight this sexist attack on people with uteruses with Biden and the Democrats. We need a workers' party that is a tribute of all the oppressed. Women and people with uteruses got abortions in Bolshevik Russia in 1920, and they didn't get it in this country until what? Until U.S. imperialism was defeated in Vietnam. Okay? So the Tet Offensive had more to do with giving people with uteruses their rights than liberal marches on the streets. What we need is dock strikes. What we need is general strikes. Anybody who told you to vote for Biden to fight against the fascistic and racist Trump regime was giving you a false prescription about the way forward. We cannot fight this overwhelming attack on trans people, people with uteruses, and working class and black people with the Democrats. They are the fox that Malcolm warned us against. The Republicans.
election, if you remember, a lot of people said, I'm going to vote for Clinton because he's going to protect abortion rights. Clinton got rid of access to abortion rights. We have to overthrow this whole racist, sexist, imperialist, capitalist system, and we need revolutionary leadership in the unions to tear this system down. The main obstacle to workers taking power into their own hands is the Democratic Party aligned union leaders. Right? The Republicans don't have much say in the unions, but the overwhelming majority of people in unions are people with uteruses. That is the most intersectional place in society, and that is a place where people have power at the point of production. The internationalist group says, break with the Democrats, no faith in the Democrats, build a revolutionary workers' party, take it to the streets by mass workers' action to shut the system down with mass general strikes.
Good afternoon. This is a black day. My name's Lloyd. I work at the other edifice of coercion of the street as a lawyer. It's wrong to say that this decision is going to ban abortion in the red states. It's going to ban safe and legal abortion in the red states. When my mother was 10 years old, she had the scariest day in her life, watching her mother bleeding on the floor when the same midwife who had delivered my mother botched an abortion in my grandmother's bedroom. A few minutes later, she would have been an orphan. She would not have gone to college. She would not have met my father, etc. Women are going to die because of this decision. Everybody has their own idea of the way forward, whether it be tearing the whole system down through revolution, working for change in some other way. But I think while you work for whatever that is, and while you stay active in the streets here to make sure everyone knows how upset we are and how we are not going to take this, I think it's important to keep in mind that elections do matter, because Hillary Clinton, despite her failings, would not have appointed these three motherfuckers who took away this right. If there weren't 51 right-wing senators backing the Trump agenda, we would not have had Barrett and Kavanaugh. So while you're in these streets, keep in mind that there are other streets that are very important. There are the streets in Las Vegas and Reno where voters live on who can either go and vote for Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democratic senator there, or they can stay home. There are people who could vote, who are citizens, who could vote, who aren't registered, who you could knock on their door on their street and register them. The same thing goes for Kelly in Arizona, in the streets of Phoenix, the barrios in Tucson, the reservations of northern Arizona, the streets of Philadelphia, where a QAnon supporter who Trump endorsed is within a few points of the Democratic governor. If you don't think who's the governor of a state makes a difference, he's the one who can veto these crazy fascist GOP legislative laws. Do you want Dr. Oz to be voting for yet another right-wing justice? Or do you want maybe Fetterman, their tattoos and all, to say no to that bullshit? So fight for your revolution, fight for change, but elections in the meantime do matter. Every election there's ways of getting to Vegas to work on elections, and if you can't go to Vegas, there are Republicans in swing districts in Orange County that you can work to get rid of. All right, so that's my 2 cents worth. What do? Do something. These likes on Facebook don't do shit. It's putting some time in, plan now, take some time to go register some voters, to go knock on some doors, or if you can't go, to make some fucking phone calls. But don't just like it on Facebook.
Like I said, our differences are our strength. Our differences are a fucking strength in these streets. As we struggle over our differences, we are out here to say we refuse this Supreme Court decision. Abortion on demand and without apology. This decision must not stand. Legal
Thank you for everyone coming out here. I really do appreciate you. My name is Khan, all right, and I work in the sex industry. And I'm going to tell you this. This is going to affect women. All women, all right? And especially it's going to affect white women. Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to go and force white babies in those red states. They want to keep that white power. That's right. Why do you think they wanted to overturn Roe versus Wade? Because they saw those states swinging back and forth and back and forth. They're like, no, we need more white babies out there. They first made the Planned Parenthood, and it was not for a good purpose. But then white women were using it, and they were saying, oh, no, we're not going to have that. We need more white babies. So we're going to go and get rid of abortion. We change our mind. Nah, that ain't happening. I ain't standing for that. And I'm going to tell you this. This is a message for all my men of color, okay? All my men of color.
We're next.
When you go and you think, oh, man, that white lady pissed me off. I'm going to support women's rights. I'm going to tell you this. When you support women's rights, you're supporting all women's rights. You're supporting your women of color, your brothers, your sisters. You're supporting your black sisters, your Asian sisters, your Hispanic sisters, all of them. All right? So suck it up, Buttercup.
What we need is to hold back this tidal wave that is encroaching upon us. What we need are sandbags. We need everybody filling sandbags to hold back this flood that will overtake all of us. So we need everybody who feels strongly about this, even if you're on the fence. We need everybody to not only vote, but register people to vote. Not only vote, but work on the campaigns of these people that are stepping up and have the guts and the wherewithal to run for office, and support them in any way you can, in every way you can, everywhere you can, anytime you can, because it is so much of a fight, but it's so much easier to keep democracy than to win it back.
Hey everyone, my name's Ann Farrell Quillen, and I'm running for the State House District 25. That district, I think I'm the only truly rural candidate.
Is to elect different legislators. You have got to get people in Frankfort who understand what they are doing to us, who understand that we as individual human beings have the right to control our own reproductive organs. And we have to say like hell, guys. We have to say in unison, all together, everybody, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Green Party, I don't care who you are, I don't care where you come from, but you know that I do not have the right to make your medical decision. That is your choice, and that is your choice. I can advise you, I can tell you the risks, I can tell you the benefits, I can tell you the consequences, but ultimately you have the right to choose for yourself. And we have lost that today. We're going to get it back, guys. We're going to keep working. We will not stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Berg. And next up, we have a very, very powerful representative. My former colleague, your representative if you live in Old Louisville, Representative Patricia Harris.
I see you, constituent. Listen, I don't have a whole lot to say, but as a black, queer, masculine presenting woman, This is scary today. I can leave here today, be raped this evening, be impregnated, and be forced to carry a baby full term. Let's talk about what this really is. This is a ban on women's bodies, regardless of rape, incest. This is not okay. What you all need to know and understand and realize is this is only the first step. This is only the first thing that they are coming for. And in order for us to change that, we must organize, we must mobilize, and somebody said we don't have a reason to vote in November. We have a fucking reason to vote in November. If you were not excited about the candidates, this should have you fearful and have your asses to the polls in November. We must come together. We've got a long road and a long journey. But I believe, and I witnessed it in 2020, the work that we did, that if we organize, we mobilize, that we work together, that we can change policy, that we can elect people who are going to stand up for our interests. And it's not just us here in Louisville. We have to get out and go across the state. We have to find our brothers and sisters across the state. And I'm going to say something, and some people might get pissed off about it, but I'm going to say it. We must be very clear and understand that elections have consequences. And to my white sisters out there in the crowd, elections have consequences. And we know that white women have been the ones who have been voting for the conservatives that are in position now. So, although some of you may not be the people who voted for them, this is y'all's work to go and make sure that your people are voting for the right thing. Listen, y'all, we got a lot of work to do. Again, we got to organize, we got to mobilize, we got to get out to vote. And most of all, we got to love each other. Peace.
Representative Herron. All right. Look at this crowd. Look at this crowd. I am honored to bring up another one of our fearless champions in Frankfort, Representative Nima Kulkarni.
All right, good people. I can't even see to the end. I know I'm short, but there's so many of you here. I want to thank each and every one of you for taking time out of your day, out of your lives, because you know what's at stake here. Today's decision is a shock, but this exact moment has been 50 years in the making from the moment that Roe was handed down. It's taken them years of focused determination, dedication, unified vision to get here. And those of us, any of us who have wanted to be polite, to change the conversation, have helped them to get here. They put in a lot of hard work to get anti-choice leaders elected to public office in local and state offices. Hard work to get anti-choice judges and prosecutors into office who would be in place today to uphold trigger bans like the one we have in our Commonwealth. It's taken a recognition on their side that we have simply lost sight of. A complacency that has let us think, until this very moment, that a Supreme Court decision from 1973 would always protect us. That a Democratic majority in the House, Senate, or presidency would always protect us. But we didn't hold them accountable when they did not codify the right to abortion access. We've elected people on both sides of the aisle who chose their personal beliefs or their political careers over the safety of the people that they swore to protect. And we have lost sight of our state legislatures, which have now become the ultimate arbiters of our fate, every single one of us here. Today, we have lost the right to govern our own bodies. And I want to say this very, very clearly. Kentucky has got to save itself. Nobody is coming to save us. If you have been on the sidelines of this issue, if you have been polite, if you've been politically correct, that time is over. This is not just about rape and incest. I want to repeat, this is not just about rape and incest. It is not about freedom in degrees or only for a certain few. It is about the fundamental human right to determine the course of our own lives, to live in a free society where the will of the majority dominates. What we've got here today is the will of a minority of people in our Commonwealth and in our country who have worked to impose a narrow religious view on everybody else. What we have today is no longer a democracy, it's a theocracy. And it is exactly the kind of place that our founding fathers sought to escape. It's taken them 50 years to get here. It's not going to take us that long to take back our rights, is it? It's not going to take us that long. Some of you may not be thinking about elections right now. You may not be thinking about voting or candidates or how important every single election is. But every single election on a city, state, and national level has gotten us to where we are here today. We still have the right to vote. They're working goddamn hard to make sure we don't have it. But we still have the opportunity to show up determined and unified. We lose when we don't vote. Because this is not about abortion. It's about birth control. It's about who we're allowed to love. This is a fight that we are all in, whether we realize it, whether we like it or not. This November, as you've heard, we have a chance, one chance to take it back, because the right to abortion access is on the ballot. A constitutional amendment is on the line. What does that mean? If we don't vote it down, it will change the Constitution of Kentucky so that the power to change our state laws, like the trigger ban or HB 3, are out of the hands of our elected state representatives. This is going to be a matter of turnout. So if you're angry today, if you're outraged today that you or your children have to live in a world where laws are based on someone else's ideology, then join us today. Support the work. Support the work that is already being done. Donate right now to the Protect Kentucky Access Fund. Donate to the Kentucky Health Justice Network Abortion Fund. Volunteer, organize, be loud, be seen. But most importantly, make sure that you work your asses off to get people elected to office who will not let you down, who will see your value as free-thinking human beings. That's not a lot to ask for. Who will support policy that doesn't hurt you and will fight as hard as they can, wherever and whenever they can, against policies that seek to do you harm. This fight is just beginning. We know what we've got to do. We won't get there overnight, but we've got to get there together. So stand together, stand tall, show up and vote. Don't give up. Let's take our power back.
Thank you, Rep. Kulkarni. And the fact that you all are still here, an hour in, as hot as it is, in the heat wave of Louisville. That's right. Next up, we have Senator Morgan McGarvey.
It is hot. So I'm going to keep it short and I'm going to keep it real. Charles is right. It's not about abortion. This is about power. It's about control. It's about access. It's about health care. And it's about taking those things away from women. This is a major deprivation of rights for women in this country.
It's bullshit!
You said it. I can't believe that my daughters have fewer rights than their grandmother does today. We can't stop. We won't stop. Because they won't stop.
Keep going! Keep going!
This does not end with Roe v. Wade. You saw Clarence Thomas say in his opinion, they're coming after birth control. They're coming after marriage. We've got to do the hard work. And look how they did it. 4 of the 5 justices who made this deprivation of rights were appointed by a president who didn't even get the majority of the vote. There's more of them than us. That's what they're afraid of. But we've got to do the hard work. We've got to show up at the polls. I told you I was going to keep it real, and I am. That doesn't mean Twitter. I'm talking hard work. Don't think you can get on Twitter and complain to your friends that you're angry and you're going to change things this November. Knock on somebody's door. Give somebody a ride to the polls. Donate to a candidate. Donate to an organization. Show up in force. Because the law in Kentucky today is cruel. It is extreme. If you are a teenage woman who is raped by a family member, you are forced to give birth in Kentucky today. We can't let that stand. So we won't. Get out there and work. Support the brave senators and representatives like you see up here. David Yates, Keturah Hara, Pamela Stevenson, Josie Raymond, Lisa Wellner, Nima Kulkarni, Karen Bird, Joni Jenkins. Make them the majority of the State House, not the minority of the State House. Support our brave people on the Metro Council, Jennifer Chappell, Bill Hollander, Cassie Chambers Armstrong.
They didn't tell you that history? No. So when they try to tell you that good Christians or good people agree and have always agreed with something like this Supreme Court decision, do not believe them. Many of us and our spiritual ancestors believe in the moral agency of God's children. I believe that God gave us wisdom. I believe that God entrusted us with these awesome lives and these awesome bodies. I believe that God gave us the capability to make our own choices and decisions about our bodies. And I, for one, choose to follow God before any court of men. And that's why I am here. That's why I am celebrating the resistance today. That's why the resistance has shown up. Because we will not be silent in the face of this oppression. Are we going to be silent? Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. We keep flipping. Hold up your signs. Here's one. If men could get pregnant, abortion would be a sacrament. We won't go back. We will fight back. Our government is bold enough to force you to have a kid, but too weak to ensure that they make it to recess alive. Keep your laws off my body. I said it earlier and I'd say it again, I'm proud to live in a state that has so ferociously reacted to the leak a few weeks back and stepped up to make sure that abortion here is safe and it is legal, and that we are welcoming and opening our arms to others who may have to come to our state for a safe and legal abortion. Give it up for Connecticut! And we have leaders in public office who fight for our rights each and every day, including my most favorite senator ever, Senator Dick Blumenthal. Let's give it up for Senator Blumenthal!
Thank you. Thank you, Keith.
You guys are a good crowd. I appreciate that. All right. So first we have Barbara Howard. She's the co-host of this event. We've worked together on so many of these things. It feels like now she's fantastic, and I think she's going to have something great for you guys. So please welcome up Barb. You got it, okay? Good evening. My name is Barbara Howard, and I am speaking today as an activist, an outraged citizen, and a fighter for human rights. We are here today to say, we will not go back. Say it with me. We will not go back. We are not relinquishing our ownership of our own bodies. We will continue to decide what happens to our own bodies. Our body, our lives, our right to decide. The Freedom Road Socialist Organization has organized this event today. We are a national revolutionary organization committed to women's liberation and the liberation of all people. We work to return real power back to the people. As our signature publication states, when reproductive rights are under attack, what do? Stand up like that! All right, I like it. Many of the constitutional rights that we can no longer take for granted were won in the 60s. Our rights were won in the 60s and 70s, including the right to safe abortions. All of them were won through popular struggle. And only through struggle can they be maintained. That's right. More than ever, we must build movements that are stronger and fiercer than those of the racists and misogynists who seek to take away our bodily autonomy. Yeah. This movement must include all women, not just white women, not just cisgendered women, and all transgender people, and all men. We are all in this together. Our strength is in our unity against our common enemy. We call on all people who believe in justice and freedom to demand that the right to abortion be codified into law now, and that reproductive rights and services be universally expanded across this nation. We must rise up in a united front to defend our right to control our own bodies. When reproductive rights are under attack, what do? Stand up like that! For the corporate establishment, and this includes both parties, abortion is not personal, it's good business. Whether or not they claim to be pro-life, they have demonstrated just how much they care about human life, such as no interest in providing food or shelter to working people living on the edge of bankruptcy even during economic recessions. No interest in providing health care even during a global pandemic. No interest in providing subsidized prenatal care or universally free preschool. A longtime friend, activist, and child advocate that I knew once regularly asked politicians, I know you are pro-life, but are you pro-born? The answer is no. Indeed, the states with the most restrictive abortion laws also have the highest infant mortality rate. When reproductive rights are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back! Those who favor this horrific decision turn a blind eye to tearing babies away from their parents and locking them in cages with no plans to unite them, even during a pandemic, silencing doctors and stripping reproductive health care away from millions of working people, standing by while the maternal mortality rates skyrocket and women, especially black women, die in childbirth, denying affordable health care to people with pre-existing conditions, cutting programs that feed hungry children, blocking access to HIV testing and treatment all across the globe, as well as inciting far-right violence with lies about abortion. The vast majority of people in this country believe abortion should be legal. The data is clear that criminalizing abortion is not an effective way to reduce abortion. We must stand firm and united against those who favor this horrific injustice. And again, I say, we will not go back! When reproductive rights are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back! All power to the people! All power to the people!
All power to the people!
That was pretty good. Can we get a couple more all powers to the people?
All power to the people!
I can't talk. You guys got it. Let's do it again. All power to the people! All power to the people!
All power to the people!
All power to the people!
All power to the people!
Marla, you want to come up here and do some more chants? Marla knows more of the chants than me. I'm not real good at the chants. Here you go. Oh, you can speak at the courthouse as well. We just need to kill a little bit more time. Oh, yeah. Boots on the ground!
Boots on the ground!
All power to the people!
All power to the people!
Boots on the ground!
Boots on the ground!
All power to the people!
All power to the people!
Boots on the ground!
Boots on the ground!
All power to the people!
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 My booty!
My choice!
My abortion!
My choice!
My transition!
My choice!
My revolution!
My choice!
My body!
My choice!
My abortion!
My choice!
My transition!
My choice!
My revolution!
My choice!
2, 4, 6, 8, they can't make us procreate!
2, 4, 6, 8, they can't make us procreate!
2, 4, 6, 8, they can't make us procreate!
2, 4, 6, 8, they can't make us procreate!
When women's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When trans rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When two-spirit rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
My body!
My choice!
My abortion!
My choice!
I see if it was really about abortion and the right to life and all those things, we wouldn't have a death penalty. If it were really about taking
care of children, we take care of the children that were here. If they were really about having people not get pregnant, if it were really about not having women get pregnant instead of controlling them, then you would take the weapon of impregnation. What about a bill that says vasectomies for all until you can take care of a kid? A man can impregnate 10 women a day for some and 1 for others. But a woman can only be pregnant for 9 months. So it is a challenge. It's telling us that we are not a part of this great American promise. You'll do what you're told or we'll take care of you. Don't let them do that. Don't wake up. Don't wake up in a system that's an apartheid system because we were silent. Go vote and do all the things these great people told you to do and more. Don't tell your great grandkids that you were here on a hot day and then you went home and watched Housewives of Atlanta. Thank you. I speak on behalf of the people you've elected and the people you're going to elect. We love you. We serve you. And we're not going to back down.
We've got my senator, Senator David Yates.
Thousands of miles to access care. They might self-manage their abortion. They may turn to unsafe means to do so. Or they're going to carry a pregnancy unwillingly, which also sets them up for economic despair. And the decision could lead to the criminalization of doctors, abortion providers, abortion funds. People in this room will help someone end their pregnancy. It's a ripple effect that we cannot ignore, that could go even as far to prevent my ability to get an IUD, or to seek fertility treatment for a pregnancy that I want to have. It's not just about abortion, it is our privacy. It's the ability to plan when or when not to have children and to raise that child in an environment conducive to their health and well-being. An overwhelming population of people who make the decision to end a pregnancy are mothers, like my mother, who already had 3 children in a marriage and told me and my sister how she wished she could have another Anna, Ida, Aria, but just couldn't afford it yet. These are the stories of the people that we are fighting for and alongside. And these are the stories that you're going to hear about today. Now, I do want to stress that the situation in Florida looks a lot different compared to these 26 states. We're at a pivotal moment because in Florida, we have a right to privacy in our state constitution that is stronger than what's enumerated by these SCOTUS decisions. And in fact, as we stand here today, there is a lawsuit challenging Florida's 15-week abortion ban that we are fighting to get injunctive relief, meaning that there would be a stay on that bill before it becomes implemented on July 1st. And there's a chance we can get it. But if we don't vote this November, then we are giving away our power and control again. Because Governor Ron DeSantis, waiting for the boos, pursue more anti-abortion legislation. The bill that he just signed, House Bill 5, is a 15-week abortion ban like that in Mississippi with no exceptions for rape, incest, or human trafficking. And actually, I'll give a content warning because I want to be sensitive to our kiddos in the room. But I was on an interview this morning with the BBC, and my opposing commentary was a man saying that abortion bans help reduce sexual assault. But this is the rhetoric that we're dealing with, y'all. This is the opposition that we're dealing with. And so We can't be afraid to say abortion. We can't be afraid to say the A word. And we have to honor and support the 1 in 4 American women and those who are trans or non-binary who made the decision to end their pregnancy. They should not be shamed or stigmatized. And I want to make sure that for my generation and those that come after me, that this is a right we can still protect and that we can restore and that we even go beyond Roe. Because Roe was never the ceiling, Roe was the floor. Because even with Roe, with what it was for 50 years, abortion was so not accessible to every person based on income, based on documentation status, based on racial disparities, based on disability status. And so we have to go beyond that. And so thank you so much for being here. It fills my heart knowing that we are not in this fight alone. And so let's welcome our first speaker, who will also be providing her remarks in Spanish, as we have Spanish language speakers here today, alongside Spanish media. And so please join me in welcoming one of my amazing friends, who is not only a current school board member here in Orange County, but she's running for the State House. And we need her in the State House. So join me in welcoming Johanna Lopez.
Yeah, Johanna!
Thank you, Anna, and thank you for this last-minute rally. I think that this is amazing. Thank you, all of you, for the support. Estoy bien agradecida por el apoyo que han ofrecido, así que gracias a todos. My name is Johanna Lopez. I'm a school board member for Orange County Public Schools. And I am also a candidate for the Florida State Representative for District 43. As a single mother and as a grandmother, I am pro-choice. I am pro-abortion. Para esas personas que me escuchan en español, estamos allí en Telemundo, por ahí está Univisión. Recuerde que soy una mamá, estoy hablando como mamá, también estoy hablando como abuela, y estoy a favor de que la mujer tiene derechos para respetarse, para respetar su cuerpo y para tomar decisiones. Y obviamente estoy a favor del aborto. Today, the United States Supreme Court has taken away the rights of millions of women and people who can get pregnant. The right to make a medical decision in consultation with his or their own doctors to start a family when and where that woman has to do. Lo que pienso aquí es que hoy la Corte Suprema ha tomado una decisión en contra de los derechos de la mujer y desgraciadamente se ha olvidado que ese derecho debe prevalecer en la mujer. Este derecho no debe quitarse bajo ninguna circunstancia. Este derecho, pensando en mi nieta, pensando en mis hijas, es un derecho que se ha luchado con sangre, que se ha luchado por muchos años y no se debe quitar. Our country was supposed to be built on a foundation of democracy. The right of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to privacy. Today, all of these rights are in danger as they are being taken away by conservative politicians and lawmakers that are out of step with what the majority of Americans think. So, como saben, los políticos están tomando unas decisiones en contra de las mujeres.
If you do not support the Latinx, indigenous communities, Asian communities, international communities, you are not here with us. Birthing people have been harmed. Birthing people have been put in danger. Birthing people have been ignored. So as we go forward, remember that it is birthing people that have been put in danger, whose lives are at risk on a daily basis. And if we are not united, and if we are not organized, we will fail. Do you understand me? Right side, do you understand me? Do you all understand state of Kentucky.
What are we gonna do in November? What are we gonna vote no on? What are we gonna vote no on? Does the fight stop here? No! It doesn't stop here. We need you to join us for phone banks, for door knocking. We need you for the less sexy things than showing up at a rally.
State, you need those resources. You need access to resources. You need a car. You need money to get somewhere else to get this procedure done for you. So what does that mean? The people who don't got it shit out of luck. And people hate to hear this, but I was a baby that was supposed to be aborted. And I'm telling you, when people don't have that choice, it's a hard life for that baby. It's a hard life when you have parents that are disabled, if you have parents that are poor, if you have parents that can't take care of you. This wasn't part of the plan. You're not going to like living for a long time. And it took a lot of health care for me and a lot of healing and living, and I haven't been able to live my life in years because I wasn't supposed to be here either. But I'm here, and I'm fighting, and I'm living, and I'm fighting. Somebody that plan to reproduce. I don't want kids. I don't want to put anybody else through this. But you gotta give people that choice. So now I'm mad as hell. And y'all should be mad as hell. And you should be mad when black people are being killed by police every day. You should be mad when ICE is snatching families up and ripping families apart. You should be this mad at every issue. Be mad that people are getting evicted at an alarming rate. There's so much homelessness. The homeless shelters are full. Nobody don't got nowhere to live, let alone love, let alone share emotions, let alone be together, let alone have a choice and autonomy over what they want to do, let alone have somewhere to create and create beautiful moments and organize and share. So again, I want to say Black Lives Matter. Abolish the police. Nobody belong in the cage and these borders are fake. Abolish ICE. Get them out of here. Don't let them tell us what we get to do with our bodies. This is our choice. So thank you so much. I'm Tanea again. I'm the executive director of the Nonprofit Accountability Group. Find us. But thank y'all so much. And yeah, keep fighting. Only safe abortions. Does SCOTUS have a uterus? If I wanted the government in my womb, I would have, hold it up, well, I would have effed the senator. Abortion is healthcare. Lawyers can't even find the clip. Oh, these are getting spicy. This late crowd is really ramping it up. When I say abortion, you say justice. Abortion! Justice! Abortion! Justice! Abortion! Justice! When I say hands up, you say my body. Hands up! My body! Hands up! My body! Hands up! My body! Thank you. That was better. Keep working on those signs. I think we're going to give an award to the spiciest sign when this round is over. Next up, we have the League of Women Voters representing. Let's give it up for Patricia Rossi and Laura Smith. Hello. Hello. It's good to be here. It's good to be here together in solidarity and in coalition, because we're going to need this coalition to fight this fight. I'm here today representing the League of Women Voters of New Haven. So I'm not going to talk about how personally outraged I am by this egregious decision. I'm going to talk about how publicly outraged I am by this ridiculous decision.
Because I feel like the more that we divide our issues based off of religious beliefs, then we are neglecting the idea that people in power choose what we have to live with every day, and that affects us all. And so, you know, the idea that this can be taken away so easily should anger people.
What? Can you just reiterate, what is your sign?
So my sign says, the elect few can take away everything from you.
What does that mean?
It means that whether it's the Supreme Court who are nominated or the elected that we choose, we are giving them power. We are giving them power over our lives. So pick wisely. We choose.
What do you want the message to be out of all of this? Your sign, your protest, everyone showing up?
Research, learn, do not pick based off of general party agendas, but think about the people you know in their everyday lives, how they are affected, and it's not about political statements or ideology, it's how we get to live our lives, and the safety and the psychological safety we have to ensure our people every day. I feel like it's really just the action of being here and truly the action of voting and promoting voting is more important than me holding a sign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Trans rights! Human rights! Trans rights! Human rights! Trans rights! Human rights! Trans rights! Human rights!
I need everyone to push yourselves to the east. To my left, to my left.
Yeah!
Every pretty protester to...
Our rights are on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. And I just want to say that we were all proud of you, and I know your little boy is proud of you too. She has her little one with her, because that's how we get it done, babies and all. All right, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of Come Out Orlando Pride, Ms. Maya Monet.
Hello everybody, I am Maya Monet, and I'm a trans woman. Which means that all the people out there who say they're pro-life have never been pro-my life. It means the day I was born, a doctor looked at my genitals and decided I was a boy, right? So from the moment I took my first breath, in fact, from the very first second of my life, I was set on a course where I would have to fight governments and institutions for the autonomy to shape my body as I saw fit, and through that publicly assert my womanhood, right? But there have always been people out there who have worked to control what I can do with my body and overrule my womanhood, who have wanted to define women around one thing, and that is the ability to become pregnant. Of course, trans people live at the intersection of many identities, and we don't define ourselves that way. This is what we mean when we say that trans rights are reproductive rights. Trans rights are abortion rights. Because those same people who would redefine the lives of all trans people by our ability to become pregnant or not, divide us into manhood and womanhood just based on that one fact, have today reduced an entire segment of the human race into nothing more than baby-making factories without any say in their own health, in the same way they don't want me to have any say in my own health. So we are fighting the same fight, and that has never been lost on me as a trans woman, a lesbian, and someone with 3 sisters. And after hearing about the ruling today, I couldn't get out of bed. I gotta say, I don't know how any of you felt, but that's the way I felt. And I felt exactly the same way I did the day I woke up and I knew that Trump was president. And the reason I felt that way was because I knew this day was coming. We knew that he would have the ability to put certain justices in the Supreme Court whose only goal was to overturn Roe v. Wade, and they lied to us in Congress in order to be able to do it. But what got me up today was a message from Anna, asking me to come speak, and I knew I had to do it. I stand with all of you, and I fight with all of you because I am you.
speaker, who I consider to be a good friend and a fellow fighter in this work. She's an abortion storyteller herself, and she's the executive director of Florida Access Network, our local abortion fund. It also serves folks across the state, including all the way up to Jacksonville. And so please give her some love and give her some of your change, because we need it. And that is Stephanie Pinheiro.
This has been a really shitty day, so I'm going to try to keep it together. I really appreciate every single one of you for being out here today. Again, my name is Stephanie Marie Pinheiro. I am a queer Puerto Rican woman. I am a social worker, and I'm the executive director of Florida Access Network. And I have 2 abortions. Florida Access Network funds abortion care, funds logistical support so people can make it to their abortions, and we advocate for reproductive justice. I do this work for 17-year-old me who had to get her abortion on her own. I didn't know abortion funds existed. I needed to ask permission from a judge to get my abortion. I paid for my own abortion. I got my own attorney. And I do this work to make sure that people know that you're not alone. And abortion is nothing. Needing an abortion is nothing to be ashamed of. So this Friday, I'm here with y'all. But last Friday, I was helping coordinate care for a young person who recently turned 18, who was afraid to tell her parents that she needed an abortion. And she was inching so close to the state limit of being able to have an abortion without having to leave the state of Florida. Her and her parents and her sister drove 5 hours to be with her in her 3-day appointment. An appointment with an extra day because the state finally put into place the bullshit 24-hour mandatory waiting period requiring that doubles and triples the cost of people who already have to travel outside of their communities to access their abortion care. And we're grateful as hell to help them. And also this is going to continue and this is going to get worse. Since July 2021, abortion seekers have requested $1 million from Florida Access Network. We have been able to fund $120,000 towards abortion care. We've been able to support over 1,000 people in accessing their abortions. And with a small but mighty team and a gracious board, we are grateful for every dollar, every penny that folks donate to us. While that 120 can seem like a drop in the bucket to the $1 million that's been requested from us, we are grateful every day to do this work. And we're going to continue to fund abortion, dismantle abortion stigma, and challenge abortion restrictions within the confines of the law. June 24th, 2022, abortion remains legal in Florida. Fuck abortion stigma. Abort SCOTUS. you all for your time. We appreciate you. Everyone loves someone who had an abortion.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. And I know I mentioned this earlier, but Planned Parenthood is selling swag in support of Florida Access Network. So there's a table right over here, a big sign as well. And so before you leave today, please make a donation, buy some swag, and show your support for our abortion funds, because they become even more important as we see these restrictions go into place and be approved by our courts. And so next up, I want to welcome one of our other candidates running for State House, fighting to ensure that we have strong abortion rights advocates in the legislature, and that is Rita Harris.
Hi everybody, my name is Rita Harris. I am running for House District 44, South Orange County. I am the former vice chair of the Orange County Democrats. And I got my start in activism at Planned Parenthood as a teenager. We used to do skits and go out to schools and teach kids about safe sex and why you shouldn't drink and drive, and also about domestic violence. It's where I learned community, it's where I learned empathy, it's where I learned love, it's where I grew. So this is really personal to me, what's going on right now, because this is something I have fought for. I was born in 1973, so like so many of the other speakers, I've never known a world without Roe. I've never known a world where abortion wasn't legal. And like as Imani said, it hasn't always been as accessible as we would want it to, but it was legal. So here we are facing ourselves in this situation, wondering what we're going to do next. Well, abortion is legal in this state right now. Okay? And we're going to do everything we can to keep it that way. And we're going to donate to abortion access funds so that people who need abortion can get abortion. We're going to understand the intersectionality of the issue at hand, that this is not just an issue for people who can get pregnant, but it's an issue for trans people, their loved ones, families, everybody. Right? So listen, I didn't prepare anything, I'm sorry. I had an abortion when I was 37 years old. I was married, I had a child. I just didn't want to have a pregnancy. Your right to choose. It's an innate, it's not even constitutional, the right to choose. The right to bodily autonomy is innate. We are born with the right to our bodies. The Constitution doesn't even give us that right. We have that right because we were born with that right. We're going to vote. We're going to stay together. Look at this beautiful community. I feel like crying because of all the people here. We're all in this together. We're not going to despair. We're going to vote. We're going to vote DeSantis out. Please God. We're going to vote Rita out. In the words of Beyonce Knowles Carter, they will not break my soul, and they will not break your soul either.
Good abortions or bad abortions, they're all great abortions. And so for anyone who tries to paint the picture that some abortions are just more acceptable than others, we must push back, because no matter what your decision is, whether it was based on the circumstances of your life or a health reason, we don't need to know the reason. You deserve access to an abortion. You were affirmed to make that decision. And it's right for you and your family. So now I am so grateful to have so many fighters in the Florida House right here from Central Florida. So please join me welcoming one of the most incredible advocates, especially for LGBTQ+ rights, my work husband, Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith.
I'm sorry to have to join you on a devastating day like today, because today really is a dark day in the United States. As you know, I'm Carlos Guillermo Smith, and I am a proud queer cisgender male who opposes bans on abortions and supports the rights of women and people to make their own decisions about abortion without the Supreme Court, without Governor Ron DeSantis, without other politicians who frankly need to stay the hell out of this. You know, I think it is really important during my service in the Florida House of Representatives, session after session after session, there have been more and more attacks on access to safe and legal abortion in the state of Florida. And I have felt that it has been so important for everyone to stand up and speak out against these attacks, but that it is especially important for men to speak up about against abortion bans. And I want to tell you, as a gay man, why I feel it is so important for me to be someone who unapologetically supports women and people to be able to make their own decisions about abortion. It's because as a gay man, as an LGBTQ person, I understand what it's like when the religious right tries to impose their definition of marriage, of sexuality, of gender onto others in a way that takes away my rights. You know, I say to those who oppose abortion, don't get one. And by the way, these same individuals are using elections and using their power in government to not just take away your rights on abortion, they're opposed to things like our freedom to marry who we love. And I have a message for those folks as well, who are the same people, by the way. If you're opposed to gay marriage, don't have a gay marriage. How devastating this ruling is, yes, for abortion access. But there's also many other consequences of this ruling. The courts have told us in so many words in this ruling that things like our freedom to marry are also at risk. And we understand in this room, all of us, regardless of our vantage point, regardless of our sexual orientation or our gender identity, we all are reminded by this ruling that none of our rights are guaranteed and that we have to fight to protect them. Are you ready to fight? Are you ready to do more than just vote? Are you ready to mobilize and organize to protect your rights? I'm gonna need you to make good on that. Because if Governor Ron DeSantis wins re-election, he will try to ban all abortions in the state of Florida. And he will run for president of the United States on that platform. Are you going to let him get re-elected?
was a time when women's health was of secondary concern and it was simply impolitic or impolite and out of line to discuss reproductive health. That's changed. Because the people here tonight with me, we fought hard for decades and decades to make progress for women. I was proud to be part of that fight, and still am. From co-founding the Maine Women's Lobby when it was clear that women's voices were not being heard, to standing up to those who would harass and intimidate and block women's access from going to a Planned Parenthood clinic, advocating for legislation to make safe abortion available as a choice to women across Maine in rural, underserved areas, regardless of a person's zip code, regardless of her income. We've come a long way until today. Today's decision by the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade is a fundamental assault on women's rights and on reproductive freedom. It is a radical extremist view of women's rights and women's right to health care. It will do nothing to stop abortion. It will only make abortion less safe and turn back the clock 50 years. So I ask you, will we stand by while the lives of women are threatened? Will we stand by while our rights are taken from us? Hell no, we won't. And as long as I am governor of the state, you can be damn sure I will stand in the way of any effort.
And we will choose. Get out of our way.
Thank you, Rabbi Alexandra. Thank you. Now, because she could not leave Washington, D.C., she has a vote. We're going to hear from your Congresswoman, Mikey Sherrill, on the phone.
House is they have committee meetings about these bills that they are proposing. And every year, for decades, there's some pet bill that they're trying to push through. And every year, for decades, we have to invite people to come before these senators and these House members and tell their story. They tell the story about finding out they had cancer when they were pregnant. They tell the story about an abusive relationship they were in. They tell the story about being young and wanting to continue on with school. And they have to do that in public for everyone to see year after year. If more of us tell our stories, it will allow those people who have had to tell their stories year after year to maybe take a break this year. If more of us tell our stories, others will tell their story. We'll get brave together. We have to get braver together because this is going to take some time. This is going to take some heartache. This is going to take some stretching outside of your comfort zone. And we want to be here for you. We want to be here for each other. We'll do this together. I really haven't cried yet today. I have cried this week. I've cried last week. But it's hard. It's really, really, really hard because we see who shows up at the health center. We see the harassment they go through. We see the stigma that they've had to endure. And we just try to help when we can. I really don't know what else to say, y'all. Anybody else got anything to say? Bands off our bodies.
Hello. This is really, really difficult for me, but I just wanted to say that as a victim myself of, trigger warning, sexual assault, I recognize that I am extremely lucky to have not gotten pregnant by my abuser, and how many women, people in general, experience sexual assault and are in need of an abortion as a result of that sexual assault. And this ruling has resurfaced that trauma for me. I immediately, like you said, I didn't cry when I first found out. It took me like hours to for it to set in, because I was in denial. I literally had to go through the grieving process of this decision. I had to I was angry, I was depressed, all in the span of one day from finding out. But it made me it's truly heartbreaking that this is taking place, that people who really, really need an abortion, because there's no reason why someone who has been a victim of abuse should have to carry a baby to full term by their abuser. There's no reason why someone who has been a victim of incest, or someone who is, first of all, you don't have to have something traumatic happen to you to have a fucking abortion. It's your right, it's your choice, it's your body. You should have the ability to have an abortion whenever the fuck you want to. But my heart is breaking for the people who can't have one and who literally can't take care of that child, or who are having to navigate the trauma of what has happened at the same time as having to navigate a pregnancy that they didn't ask for children who are victims of assault that have to carry a pregnancy to term. I just wanted to say this to say the effect that it's having on me, because at the end of the day, we're all fucking human, and this is a human right. I have been fighting a fucking anxiety attack the whole time I've been here. So, it's actually literally ridiculous, and I am having a hard time understanding why this was even on the table. When it first got put on the table, I came out here 3 weeks ago, and we were I was in shock at the fact, but I was like, there's no way this is gonna happen, this just shouldn't be happening, but I saw it on my social media today, and I was in complete and utter disbelief. I don't deserve to feel like this. We deserve protection. We deserve to have human rights. We deserve to have life the way that we want to. We deserve to make our own choices, no matter what that choice is, in every fucking sense of the word. I don't really have anything else to say, but thank you.
Come on in. My name is Danny Basin. My pronouns are they, them. I have never publicly shared this story, not because I am ashamed, but because I know it threatens my higher ability in this state. I was very oblique with my gynecologist since the age of 16 that I did not want children. Ever. Maybe adoption, but not from my body. Far too many things I didn't want to pass down. No way I could raise a child with the issues I have. That was my choice. And in 2017, my IUD failed. I took the precautions. It doesn't matter that I took the precautions, mind you. But I did. All you people talking about responsibility, I took responsibility. And then I further took responsibility. My spouse, then fiance, helped me take responsibility when my gynecologist refused to abort the parasite inside of me. As I bled, filling my menstrual cup 3 times a day, as my body tried to spontaneously abort, I called Planned Parenthood when I first missed my period, which was not unusual for me, but I said just in case. So Planned Parenthood saved my life. And I would not have known this prior to the abortion, because only after the abortion did we find that all my uterus was full of dead blood. Not every abortion that is life-saving is known to be life-saving ahead of time. Abortion is health care. Abortion is a right. I am not an incubator. Y'all, abortion is health care. Abortion is health care.
They're going to keep trying to make abortion illegal here in Nebraska. But we're going to stop them. We've done it once, we're going to do it again, and we're going to keep going back every time that we need to and keep abortion legal here in Nebraska. I know this because I see all of you here today. I know I'm going to see all of you at the polls. We're going to see all of you at the Capitol. We're going to see all of you writing and calling, and emailing your senators, and volunteering. Thank you, Kim. We're going to see all of you supporting practical support for those in our community who need access to abortion, supporting organizations like Nebraska Abortion Resources who desperately need funds to support folks in our community who need access to abortion. And we're going to do this together. Every step of the way, we're going to do this together. And we will win. Now, I know that many of you have seen folks with clipboards walking around with flyers. There are so many opportunities to take action in the next coming weeks and months. And I need every one of you to be there. I didn't say it.
Your right to privacy is on the ballot on Tuesday. First time in the nation. Please vote on Tuesday.
thank you all for being here. And I want to see you continue to have the same energy and outrage and determination and carry that through the rest of this fight. And I know we can do this. We will keep abortion legal. We will keep abortion legal. Thank you very much.
Don't talk to cops. It's always good advice. And my last thing is just to anti-choicers everywhere, including on the Supreme Court. You can't force us to stay pregnant. Fuck your decision. We're making our own.
Under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. When queer rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. That's right, y'all. So the next speaker that we got today, the next speaker that we have is Ava from Socialist Alternative, and give her a big round of applause. Hi everyone, my name is Eva, and I'm a member of Socialist Alternative. I work as a barista at Starbucks, and I work as a nanny. The overturning of Roe is the greatest attack on women and trans people in over 50 years. Tens of millions live in the 13 states where trigger bans have been enacted, and getting an abortion now means breaking the law. This will weigh most heavily on poor and working class people who will have to skip work and travel hundreds of miles to receive an abortion. Make no mistake, this will lead to a sharp rise in dangerous abortions. Truly, millions of lives are at risk with this ruling. But like others have said, it doesn't stop at abortion. Clarence Thomas believes that the court should overturn the right to contraceptives and gay marriage next. This is just the latest right-wing attacks. These attacks are only getting more ferocious. Do we need to stand up to fight against them? Yeah, we do! We gotta stand up to fight back against the right wing! We are going to fight the right! And this begs the question of strategy. We need to know who is with us, who's against us, and who is standing in our way. It's old news that Republicans don't give a shit about our bodies and our lives. It's also becoming increasingly clear that the Democrats don't either. They didn't put up a fight to defend abortion rights. Instead of abolishing the filibuster, writing abortion into law, or using the leaked ruling as a launching pad for organized protests, the Democrats have sat back on their hands and done nothing meaningful, even with control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. Even progressives in the squad didn't call for mass action following the leak either. Truthfully, the Democrats haven't ever intended to take this fight seriously. They refused to write Roe into law when Obama had a supermajority in Congress. But since the leak, the impending axe hangs over Roe v. Wade. These politicians have just been telling us to vote harder and are using the right to an abortion as a fundraising pitch. We have to call it like it is. Enough is enough. We're not putting up with empty words and campaign promises anymore. By contrast, what did we do? Socialists called for an action on the day of the leak, and over 2,000 of us came out to protest. Thousands of, that's right, socialists called for that fight back that we know is necessary to win back access to abortion. We need to organize to win Medicare for all. That includes reproductive health care, trans-inclusive health care, mental health care, and more. We need to look to the working class, unions, and to socialists as allies in this fight, because the Democrats aren't going to do it for us. It's going to be workers and youth. It's going to be workers and youth that take up this fight to defend our bodily autonomy. That's what it's going to be. So understandably, we're sickened by this ruling, and working class people are turning to abortion funds at this moment. And this is necessary for individuals to continue receiving health care. But we need to be absolutely sober that this is not a political path forward. A focus on mutual aid alone, rather than building a mass movement of students walking out and workers organizing, so the mutual aid will not be enough to win back abortion as a legal right in this country. Only mass struggle and organizing can do that. This means more march.
If we let them have control, then our future is no longer our own.
That's right. And in addition to that, it's really important for people to understand that the symptoms and treatment for abortion complications, if someone does decide to take medicine and for whatever reason needs to seek medical care, the medical providers do not need to know if medicine was taken in order to safely manage a miscarriage for that individual, okay? So while they may be able to criminalize our pregnancy outcomes and they may be able to try to restrict our bodily autonomy, they cannot stop us from having and sharing reliable information. We heard earlier that abortion pills can be totally safe and effective, and people need information, they need support, they need to know what's an emergency, and they need to know what to say to keep themselves medically and legally safe. Most importantly, we need to remember that we're not here to rat people out, we're here to support them and make sure that they get the care that they need, for no matter the reason. So, we heard about, that's right, snitches get what? So we heard about the abortion pill and we heard about abortionfinder.com. I have this QR code. I'm going to be having signs and stickers and all kind of stuff. You all can come and get buttons from me. This QR code is to a link tree. You can see my little link tree. It's a.abortion, okay? And it's for no matter where you live. It's not Kentucky specific. It will help people find an open clinic no matter what is happening with the laws. It will help people find their local abortion funds and practical support groups. There is also information linked on this link tree about how to reduce your risk of criminalization based on your web searches and what is stored in your phone, okay? As well as information such as the Repro Legal Helpline, which is there to support anybody who might be criminalized for any abortion-related behavior, including people who are supporting others in accessing care. So at some point, get a picture of this QR code. Y'all know the period bit over. I've got it. Okay, so anyway, go to link.tr.
You know, I'm community here in Austin. I don't get too much into it, but the point is I was having a conversation.
holding this all day today to let it out right now. And I'm fucking angry. I'm fucking angry. They strip us of our life. They strip us of our life. Do you have any idea? This shit my ancestors. This shit my people's ancestors. My brothers and sisters. My black brothers and sisters' ancestors had to do. They had to stop. One day the children are